stage to click a picture and
அதுதான்
tag
நான்
us
சொன்னேன்
in
நான்.
the account. So end of the day, the
வேற
best
என்ன பண்ண
post.
முடியும்?
Hello. 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 So, a very warm good morning to everyone. So, I am Devi Priya, Senior Software Engineer at Autonomy, Talentship. I think a few might know me, for many I may be a new face. So, I'm very much happy to welcome you all on behalf of our Talentship community for this TAICONNECT 3.0. And a very big thank you for all being on time because we insisted that since we had plenty of things in our list today. So very much thank you for that. And today, as we promised, like we have plenty of things to have a takeaway. So sit back, relax, and get all these things that you expect. So before kicking on the event, I like to show a few points as a part of code of conduct, and post that we'll that. So yeah, so being the Titanic committee, like we want to ensure that you have a safe space to collaborate and respect each other's opinion as well, so that we make sure you have a safe environment to exchange your ideas. Yeah. So we expect you to be very respectful about others' opinions and decisions, and be considerate to others, to the attendees and speakers as well. And yeah, so we have listed few of unacceptable behaviors here, and yeah. So this is just to ensure that all the attendees that you have trusted us will be here as a part of this TAICONNECT event. So in case if you feel anything is not good or uncomfortable, please feel free to reach out to our volunteers who are in their TAICONNECT t-shirt, As well, if you have to anything, any concern and you want to write, please have this email ID as in thing and just do mail us. Okay. So before kickstarting the event, I request Vignesh Raja to share the gist of the community, please.
Hey, good morning, everyone, and thanks for being on time and taking your time to participate in the event. So, I am Vignesh Raja, tech lead at Talentship and Autonomy. So, before we start, I would just want to give a glimpse of what is TAICONNECT and what we are anticipating today. So, TAICONNECT is a community powered by Talentship and Autonomy for the AI professionals to connect and discuss what's going on and what's working and what's not working and what can be done using AI and it's just want to connect on what would work beyond the hype for us. And today's agenda, we have a variety of things to be done. So we have various tech talks covering from real-time use cases that we have solved before, and it's just beyond the hype what we have done. And we have a tech panel which would discuss about what we have done in autonomy and what worked for us, what didn't work for us, and we have the builders of autonomy for us, and we have a workshop, real-time workshop that would help to build a stateful AI agent that would memorize your preferences and things. So that's all we have for from the session perspective, and we have various activities like quizzes and icebreaker sessions. Do participate and win goodies. Yeah, stay till end and win surprise goodies. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, Vignesh, for sharing the glimpse. So a kind request, like it would be fine, like if you have your phone on silence mode, so that people won't get distracted. Yeah. So let's move on to our first session. So it's from Prasad. So Prasad is an AI engineer from Autonomy, having more than 9+ years of experience. The stage is yours, Prasad.
Good morning, everyone. Am I audible? Last one, first one, please. Right. So good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here. I'm really excited to meet you for this particular journey. So I have a short session. I'll show you a demo at the last. Uh, Before entering into that, just we will have a quick show of hands. How many of you know what is LLM? That's nice. Okay. So it's a basic thing. So everyone has to know about LLM as in the modern day to understand. Everyone use ChatGPT to generate code or personalized suggestions which we got from there to use it in our regular life, right? So it's the best one to do. I'll get into the topic. So why I have choose this particular topic? I'm not going to do hiring or I'm not going to do any interview panels yet. It's a use case. Just a use case which can be done locally in your system with available things ready for go. So I have used
voice model, which is like ISVM LM. So what it does is takes speech and text tokens and it gets into that model into a single transformer and it will give you the output of audio. So this is the special things which we are going to see today. At the end, I'll show you a small demo. You can try it out with my laptop by attending some interview. So can we go ahead? I need a little bit sound because it makes me comfortable to talk to you. Yeah, thank you. So today's agenda, as I said, we have a paper project, ISPLM, speech to text, and workflow of my application, which I have did for small demo, and we'll have a final Q&A. We'll have a connect session too. So I'm getting into that. So anyone knows what is interleaved speech text language models, or anyone cared about that? Anyone? Yeah. So I just need to understand about your point of view. Can I get some mic? Can you pass that mic? Can you pass it?
Yeah, hi. So I'm a tech coach at Pressure Specialist Software Academy. So I was just trying to build a small POC with whatever I was trying to build. So that's all I know. You know, like when I was trying to build, so I was trying to integrate a small sentiment model with. So what I was trying to do was like it was trying to convert my speech into text, and then it goes to the sentiment analysis, and then comes back and says, hey, this is what the sentiment of whatever you spoke. Right? Just baby steps into
Yeah.
just I don't know beyond that. Yeah.
So nice to hear that because you had researched something. So I'm going to get deeper into this. And we have, it's a single transformer can handle text and speech. So whatever you are going to have an audio file, so or it's in wave format, or you can give that speech direct. It will have a sequence of text and speech. It will get into that model. So this is the core architecture of that. So after getting into that, it will process and it will provide you output plus speech and text too. So this is the output of this nature. So I'll just have point by point to get details on this. So first thing is interleaved text and speech token in a single sequence. So what does it mean is you have a sequence of speech and text which is an interleaved model. I'll show you in a small diagram where you can see text token plus speech token. So it is passed inside like this. So model can understand that relevant information, what it needs, and it will provide you output on screen. So this is the way it is done. So coming to next one, so streaming PPS emerges naturally because in most of the case we require that. I have something called pipeline which already enables, so it will have ASR to convert and it will provide you that text to the model and text as the output. Then we are converting text to speech. So this is what happened in previous pipeline. But now we have a breakthrough that this model can naturally speak to you in real time. So Google also announced something called Gemini Audio. You can try it out. I have tried that personally using some role plays. It works perfectly. For example, I can say that I have tried my local and I gave it to my 2.5 years old daughter. So what she did is she started spoken to that, speaking to that, and it got response in Tamil also. So that's very funny, and we are able to get into that stuff. So I'll go to the next point. So it has zero shot speech synthesis is possible because you don't want to train anything. You can directly get information as it has been trained in, to some million parameters. And for our use case, for local model, I have used GPU model, which supports In CPU also, you don't want to have much RAM or much processor, or you don't want to any cloud inference, API keys, etc. You can directly download it to your local system using transformers. It will stay it in some places, and we can use it, um, that GPU model. Even you can use quantized one also, that is also available. It's like quantization 4, I think. So that is available. So you can use that to uh, fix that in a real time. So that is what I have did actually. So I'll go deeper. So optional feature trading conditional is also available. You can derive some fixing conditional like male or female, or what is the tone we have to set, and other parameters also there. So you can, that's the optional one. So you can set it up whatever you want in the configuration. So this is what we spoke as a text or core concept. So it will take an input, and it splits into text tokens and speech tokens, and text output will be there. If it is an audio, it will transfer to the model, and it will be receiving as a speech output. So this is my illusion. So I have generated through AI. Um, and Nano Banana I have used for that with conceptual illustration from paper called 241 216102. There it's a detailed explanation provided in this particular paper is ISP. So you can go through that. You'll get a nice idea on that. So this is the diagrammatic representation which is given by that paper itself. So you can go through this too. So as I said, we'll have multiple things. One is text prompt and acoustic prompt. So speech tokenizer and text tokenizer both are passed into that interleaving, and decoder only transformer is used for that to map what is input and what is output. So finally we get personalized speech. So this is the original architecture diagram which is posted in that particular paper. You can go through that paper. It will be very useful. Now, so we have some limitations, but we can utilize that. So this is the output of that. So four main things which we of you, if you have used transformer to download the model, you already got these items, except couple of things here. So first thing is the brain. So it's a code transformer. What it does is whatever the language and decides what to change, or logical or reasoning thinking, it takes responsible and it gives you as the output. So multimodal projector. Here comes the changeover. So it takes audio and it converts that audio into some transformer already, so model can understand what it is able to select it. Similarly, like text we have, right? Similar to that audio input. Already done. This is what ISDLM. So let me know if you have any doubts or anything. So I can clarify here. Else we can go to next whatever I have. Fine. So the inspiration is from a research paper. Yeah. So is there any other practical done, or is your just how going to be? Yeah, actually this is a paper, but so we have multiple models coming out. So you can check it out. Gemini Audio, uh, Liquid LM from 2.5 audio model, and we have recently NVIDIA also released one of the open source models. You can check it out. So all of them, so you can download it local, and you can like this. It's coming to Google. So if you have something called APK or initial level because it's a small billion of training model, which I have used is LFM 2.5 audio 1 model. So you can install it in your mobile also. If you have some app, you can install and you can. Uh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Right. So we don't have model existing. So what it does is it has a pipeline. So it converts that whatever your speech, it will convert it to text, and it will go to model, and text will be output. Then it will be converted into. So this is the traditional, yeah, traditional things happen. Now we had a breakout in audio model, which can understand audio embedding, and it can respond in audio. Yeah, we can use. Yeah, yeah. So I'm not going to use it here. So I'm just for showcasing you, I have this. You can explore multiple things because someday we can use multi-model like this in local for some processing data. You can use for personalizing agent. For example, yesterday we had a small dinner at our office. So myself and Vignesh Georgia is there, right? We just work security part of. Yeah. So it's going to be a local, right? So you don't want to worry about that. So once you are going to use a consider, do not take anything because you are going to use local. It will get downloaded in your local and it will not do anything. So if it is a enterprise model also, it's secured in that particular layer because you are paying for them. So it is secured on that. It is not going to going for any training or something. Suppose if they want to train with new data, why do you want to train with new data? Because it's already trained. If you want to do that, you can do it. Never do form if you are already on. Yeah. So that is similar concept. You don't want to train the model for every use cases because you are changing the behavior of the model. You can have rack system like knowledge base, and you can support from that. It will give you output.
I mean, just taking the last point from this question. Uh, so we have something called RAG. I mean, I'm very newbie with AI. So what I understand as RAG is, I was thinking only on this text perspective. You have a lot of text documents. Let's say you have a text-based model, and if you use RAG, you could actually get answers from that text model, right? So the very similar thing which he was talking about. You have some internal company things which the LLM is not trained on. Say you use an open source text model and use this RAG documents, it will give you the answer, right? So for the, I mean, for these text, for this voice related models, how does the RAG principle work? I mean, is it something I couldn't actually relate? I mean, even on a high level, you can let me know. Is it is it on a different level altogether? Like the same all old RAG principles will work with language voice models as well.
Yeah, it will work because you're just going to receive your data additionally. It will not cost anything. Whatever
Okay.
user speaks, it will come into that audio, and
Okay.
you can use other your contact can speak because it is instant. It will accept both the things and it will provide you answer this problem.
Okay. Okay. I mean, so it. I mean, the knowledge part is separate and the voice part is separate, is it?
Yeah.
Architecturally. So that all the RAG communicates with the actual LLM, and then there is a layer on front of that LLM which uh, which does this communication. I mean, this voice communication. Is that right?
Yes, we can do that way also because it's an architecture plan. So either way we can do that. And it is an initial phase. So they are accepting audio and speech. So you can configure accordingly.
Okay.
If you want to give text, so you can give that in context or something. So it will answer from that and then provide you audio.
All right.
So moving forward to next. Any questions? Yeah. Good morning. And can you share the title of the paper, sir? And DO and it. Okay. Can you tell the text? I'll share you. I have a link for that. Okay, okay, okay. Thank you. So that I can experience my for my. Yeah, sure. Thank you. So I'm getting into next stuff. So where I have parallelly did Whisper. So what it does is, um, I think most of you know about Whisper model. So how it works. It just transcribes whatever we have into text. Why I did this? So in my use case, so coming to hiring, I need to evaluate something. So I have a small LLM call. Before that, I need text related stuff. So I have parallelly did this particular item. So from audio, whatever user speaks, it is converted to text, and I have for ready for evaluation. So for that purpose, I have did. So I'll give a short note on what Whisper does. So it has support across 100 plus languages, and it has end-to-end transformer speech recognition model. So it's trained on large scale and diverse with audio. So and it gives you output of text transcription, and you have to give it an audio waveform, and it will provide you additional things. Now they have improvised many things. One is robust to assent, background noise, and conversion speech. So it will eliminate all these things, and it will provide you good transcription. So you can definitely use this model. That is what I did. I'll go get into next. So additionally, what I didn't get into multi-agent or agent concept or functional tool calling because I don't need for this particular use case. Whenever if you're working for some other project, some other use cases, you have to first identify what we need to do. Either we need single LLM call, or we can have it in local models, or we can have inference related stuff. Uh, or either we can have it in RAG related stuff. Uh, we have n number of things. So as per my use case, it's a single LLM where I defined all these things in prompt. So it will be in a role base. It acts as the three things. So one is HR tech and hiring manager. It's single prompt I gave this, and it works based on the structured output. Whatever you are giving that response to the model, it will give response as a structured output. And how I define. Maybe you can check it out in LangChain or something. Structured output parser will be there. So it's very efficient. So how we need that data, it will take care of that stuff. So this is what I have been actually. So I'm going to a small demo. I'll show you now. So before that, do you have any questions on that? Let me discuss, or else I can go and get into that demo.
So since you mentioned that we haven't used any agent there, but it's mentioned like it's a single agent system. Can you please?
So it will answer the simulation because I didn't use any framework or I didn't use any agentic related stuff. But it will act as that. Why I'm saying that we can control that over the prompt itself. I'm giving three things. One is you have to act as an HR, how to act as a tech manager, and how to act as a hiring manager. In this use case, it acts as a agent. Uh, how I can say is directly, not indirectly, it will be acting as that using the prompt, not through any process.
Okay. Can you just make one thing clear? In which case we have to use RAG, and in which case we should opt for AI agent?
So RAG and AI agent is something different. So RAG is the external source. You can use it for anything, including AI agents also, because AI agent what it does is it is saying and based on that generate their response. So you can go through that further or something. It's a nice thing. It has multi-agent. So code will be generated in one agent. Review part will be done in one agent, and self-reflection will be done in other agent, and correction will be done in other. So this is called multi-agent. But RAG is something what source of input you are going to provide for that particular data or process.
So when we have any requirements additional to that, we'll be opting for AI.
Before that also you can opt to use it. Yeah, because you just going to define some tools and you can get it from like mostly use cases or like booking. So you can get flight booking API into the tool and other things into the tool that you can use like that. Recently I have come across using web browser. So there you can use AI agent to automate your application. So it might have simple issues, but we can do 90% or 80% have a. So I'm getting to the demo. You're able to see my screen, right? So this is a simple thing which I did for this particular system. So I have recordings also which I did every night at 3 a.m. So you can get that recording from this system. So what it does is using radio I have explained that. So I'm getting some input parameters and I'm passing that into that two things. One is as I said I'm using locally NFM 2.5 audio model and I'm using OpenAI also. So Whisper also I'm using. So what it does, Whisper does is just transcribe. For evaluating, as I said, I have a sample prompt which does through OpenAI and it will provide you structured output and it is just stored in panel for those that we got. Maybe if someone want to try it, you can try it here. Anyone willing to do that? Anyone? Or we can go with that. Yeah. So not for my, we can try it. So this is the screen of that. You can enter to me and you start it. Right now it's not in real time because I'm using a CPU alone model. It will get you response of audio from a model and you can give it in audio and it will again throw it in audio. So this is what it's doing. Okay. So let's give it a try. We are not going to do right now. I think everyone can see the screen, right? I'm not sure you are getting audio or not, but here audio is coming. Yeah. It asked a question, so I'm not sure you are able to hear that or not, but it asked here.
As a HR interviewer asked, tell me about a time you faced a setback while learning or building something. Could be a project or course. How did you handle it? And what did you learn from the experience?
It asked a question. So it's from liquid AI model. So he's going to give an answer back. So you can record it. And if you want to read this question again, you can read it from here. So for that purpose only I have this. You can record it here and you can answer it whatever you want to consider and then reply back.
So the setback which I faced while doing a project was while I was doing a backend project using Flask, and the main issue the main issue was that I was not able to communicate with the browser and my Python server properly, and I struggled a lot, and I did a more Stack Overflow research, and that helped me. Since now the new gen people might not know what is Stack Overflow, but we all know what it is.
So he gave the answer. Now what it will do is it will take that speech and we have some system prompts. So it will edit to that model with interleave. So you will get a response. So we can enable in lifetime also, in the sense you can directly talk to the model instead of just showing that in WAV file and just populating in UI. We can do that also. You can explore that.
Why do you want to work as an AI engineer with us? And how do you keep your Gen AI and RAG skills current as a fresher?
What it does is it asks next question. It will do acknowledgement also. As I said, it has some limitations. So it will do acknowledge and it will ask questions. It is in initial phase. It is working perfectly now. So, but it has to be advanced in some other time. If you are using Gemini or something, it will give you proper answer. So why I have showed this? So this is a single question. It gives the answer of how communication is there, technical, business, and confidence is there. Based on that answer which it got, whatever he answered, it is transcribed and it is stored here. So this is the output of this particular thing. It will go again because next question is provided here. If I start answering that question, it will still go hiring manager and it will end and provide you final decision of whether you have got offer or you are in hold or you are in rejected. So this is the output it will provide you at final. So this is a simple use case which we did implemented in Liquid AI model and Whisper and LLM OpenAI to evaluate all this thing. So I'll stop here. If you have any questions, we can go ahead. Else we can close this session. Give me. Yeah.
Okay. So, so is this built on Gradio and okay, cool. And the part where it is actually, so I'm assuming that the Whisper is the model which is converting the audio file into the text, and the text is sent to OpenAI LLM to get a response, right?
Right.
Yeah. Okay. So, so this is for an AI interview panel, but is there any other enterprise use case where something like this will be useful?
We are talking about single thing. So you are saying transcription is done and we are sending it to OpenAI. That is one thing we are doing. Another one thing is we are using Liquid AI model. So what it does is it takes audio and it gives you audio. So whatever you are speaking, it will convert into WAV file and it in the binary format it will get into for that particular model. Then it will provide you as an output file of WAV.
Okay, so this is the new one that has come up, the Liquify.
Yeah.
So the tokenization and all that was happening previously for a text, now it can directly happen for an audio.
Right.
So what's the question? So you are storing it. Is there any framework that you wish to explain? How does it? Because it's a custom, but what are the questions you ask? It's depending on the custom experience, right? What you have. There is nothing like standard stuff which you do. For example, whatever you said is a Python to browser, whatever you use is not a regular use case, right? It's just something every developer can do. It's not something a knowledge fed to the LLM or something. How do you rank its 4 out of 10 or 3 out of 10 in technical? How do you see that? Confidence I understand, but what about the other things?
So we have certain parameter metrics for that. So we can provide that in prompt to get that information. In recent days, we have tried it out. One more thing. So using audio, we can get that how your pronunciation and other communication skills also. It can able to provide you exactly how you need to get that. So that is what's happening there. One more quick question. So I want to understand, do you guys tried any AI related hiring screening which recently getting trend in LinkedIn, right? So how was the experience? So it is done purely with Level Labs and other models. So now we are getting open source. That is paid one. We are getting open source. Fine. Not getting paid. We can.
For designing the same app. I'm uploading my profile design, my agent is here. So when I have an internet with your application, I'm checking on my application also. So my application has entire profile. So whenever your interview is going to ask the question, I'm checking on my application and I'm discussing both of them. So both are interacting with one another. So how about the app design?
Good question. So I have seen recently this use cases too, because AI can detect that based on some pattern, whether AI is answering or human is answering, and it will provide you, if you copy from ChatGPT and if you answer, it has some pattern. So it can address you whether you are answering naturally like a human or it is coming from you.
So just like yes, I'm speaking my audio also. No problem. So now, based on my audio, how is that? So now,
So we can do that. We have many constraints. We can
because at the end of the day, we are not discussing.
yeah, yeah.
So from the end of the day, both over there.
So that's for showcasing I have shown. But if you're getting into deeper, you have multiple. So you have to switch on your video cam. So it will detect whether your eyeball is going somewhere or your lip sync is correct or not. We can have any constraints. Because in recent days, many companies are using that. And if you're going to attend some hiring, it will detect your eye, voice, and how you are changing that voice, whether your normal tone is in similar way or you are getting answers from AI or something. So it has all the patterns. Based on the research, you can get into deeper on that because it's a big thing. Every corporate needs now. So and many startups are evolving that. I have seen a couple of things and I have approached multiple companies regarding how they implemented and what is the understanding behind that. You can get it from there. Right? Yes. Any questions? Yeah. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, Prasad. So any questions regarding this session, you can connect during the assessment break. So few quick announcements like if you want to use workbooks that we have on the left side, you can use there. And for the people at the behind, like if you have some difficulties focusing on the screen, we have sent a blast to Luma about the live link as well. So you can just have a look in your phone. So we'll move on to our next speaker, Madhavan. So Madhavan is a software engineer at Quant 5X. So he's also a community lead at Gen AI, and he's been like mentoring plenty of students at the college in college movies, and also a seasoned speaker as well. So welcome, Madhavan. We'll have a round of applause, please.
Fine. So mostly everyone want to build an AA product, right? So in this AA, everyone want to build an AA product. But what will be the one question to like every one of us will get if we want to build something new in AA means great product. So and what will be the one more question if you are delivering it to an even a non-technical client, what he will ask? So maybe you are going for a pitch, you are going to like pitch for a funding part and all this. Like what kind of one question you will repeatedly get from everyone? Written advantage. So and there is one more question called there will be an answer called trust, right? So how I can trust your model? How I can trust your solution? This will be the like one thing we will get from everyone, right? So that's the core topic we were going to speak here. So how to build a system, an AI system from POC to production in a trustable way, where yes we can justify our AI solution is more trustable and the data leakage can't be there and our solution is more accurate. So that is the primary topic we were going to speak here. And like I am Madhavan, I am a software engineer. So and the community lead of Chain AI. So it's an AI based one. So what are the core topics we were going to see in this session means first is why RAG fails. That is our first topic. And the second one is what is our system architecture. And the third is how to trust the mechanism of it. And the fourth one is enterprise cases. So one of the member like in an attendee like asked, right? So for an enterprise, shall we use this or not? So here like you will get a solution for it. How to build a solution in an enterprise grade. So everyone know about LLM, right? LLM, what basically it will do? It will predict the next word and it will learn a pattern from a massive test. Then it will be sound confident by default, but it will definitely hallucinate, right? So because it was answering only using an internal data, not we were updating each and every time daily. So and the confidence is not about the correctness. This is a core thing we will get from an LLM model. And the next part will be why LLM alone are unsafe for enterprises. So there will be four major things. LLM alone they can't use for an enterprise grade. One is no source grounding. So no source grounding is something like the data which we need to train an LLM model, we need to feed it internally in a data model, right? So it can't be scraped from a source or it can't be updated each and every time. So this kind of thing LLM can't do. Like for example, இன்னைக்கு வந்து like விஜய் வந்து win பண்ணுவாரா அப்படின்னு சொல்லிட்டு election day எனக்கு கேட்டா LLM will not answer for it, right? The reason is it can't be updated. Only like if an a developer or an AI engineer who is updating an internal data, it can be able to answer or through his fame like it can be hallucinate. Okay, or win பண்ணுவாரு மாட்டாரு, I will predict from this. Likewise, it will answer it, right? So this will be the first like drawback we will get from an LLM model. And the second thing is accountability. Obviously, if you ask any question to an LLM, so if you stress the LLM and ask like is the solution is 100% correct means it will say I will not give an 100% accountability to the solution. You can cross check with any other source also and you can verify it likewise it will say. So it won't take accountability. This will be the second issue. And the third one is auditability. Obviously data is not auditable, so we can't use it for any SQL use cases or all. Fourth one is complaints guarantee, like guarantees. So like we can talk why in like healthcare industry and finance industries LLMs was not like more widely used means it's not following any like specific complaints or laws or standards based on this industry. It won't be like following, right? So these are the primary four use cases the LLM won't be do. So and the next part is RAG. So everyone know about RAG. RAG, what it will do means like it will if a user asks a question, it will retrieve a data from an PDF or an like chunks, and then it will generate an answer to us. The name itself it means like retrieval means it will find a reference in your docs, and augmented means it will add the references in your docs, prompts, and generation it will like improve answers to your questions. This will be the next thing. So while building and RAG model itself, like right now everyone is speaking about RAG, like RAG is the best solution so far because we can't use LLM. RAG solution will be more accurate and we can use it even in the enterprise grade, like as people are saying it, right? But it can be. So RAG is just like an one single tool. We can't use it in an enterprise grade. So the thing is, while training a model, so that I will like explain in our upcoming slides. Before that, like we need to add chunkings and metadata. So everyone know about chunkings and metadata, right? So chunking is something like if you have a 100-page PDF, assume it. So I have a policy paper, an 100-page PDF. What I will do means I will give it to an LLM model as a RAG-based knowledge base. Then it will retrieve data from it and it will answer to us, right? But this process will consume time. What if I add a metadata to it? What will be the policies which was like implemented for this month Jan 2026? It is a meta tag. Using the tag, AI can easily identify, right? This is something like an index for a book. So these will be the chunkings and metadata that will be add value to a retrieval process, and in a small latency itself we will get the solution for it. And the next thing, chunking is a simple thing only, like a PDF to test content. It will chunks into like multiple like small documents, and it will embed it, and we will store it in a vector database. Hopefully everyone know it. If you don't know means like we can see. I will explain in a simpler. Next part, why people are like preferring agents. So that is the core thing right now. Agents are booming right now, right? Once like LLM was boom and then RAG was boom. Right now agents are booming everywhere. So the thing is, first agent will understand the intent of it, then it will strategize, and then only it will retrieve an evidence from a documents, and then it will validate the claims, and it will generate response. It was like a big process, like when compared to a RAG one. So here there will be a question. Even one of my friend have asked it. So mostly, why people are preferring RAG means it will not hallucinate. This will be the primary thing people will say, right? So what is your POV? Will RAG hallucinate or not? Yes. Yes. Pardon? Okay, when chunking is not properly means RAG will hallucinate, right? So why like RAG is preventing from hallucination? How it's working first? Why RAG is like answering? I don't know how it will answer, basically. Cool. So this is something like retrieval fails. We can assume it, right? If while retrieval if it fails means it will say I don't know. And the second thing is context is empty. If something I want to like ask newly means if the context is empty means RAG will answer it don't know. I don't know. And model is unsure about the solution means it will say I don't know. And few more use cases like this is something like a 20% possibility only, accidental and inconsistent. But we are not building a RAG model in a way it should be designed to answer I don't know if for a specific use cases, right? So for this only, like what we are doing in our system, we were going to do is we need to build a RAG system for a refusal feature. Refusal feature is something like if question is opinion based means it should like answer I don't know. And the second one is question is unsafe to answer means it should say I don't know. And the third one is answer cannot be proven from documents means it should say don't know. And the other two things will be evidence is too weak means it should say I don't know. And sources are missing and are clear means it should say I don't know. This is a feature called refusal. We need to add it in a RAG model. And the next thing will be why agents matter in production. Mostly people are preferring agents for a production grade, right? The reason is we can like replace our complete team, a corporate team, into an agentic one, right? We can use a research agent for finding information. We can use action agent for performing tasks, and we can use supervisor agent for controlling flows and quality. This is something like each and every employee is doing a specific task. It can be replaced by a specific agent, so we can replace our complete team to a like a agent, multi agent one, right? So here comes to a like a main part. So how to build an A in an enterprise level. So that's the core thing. The things which I mentioned previously is something like why we are not preferring LLM and why we are not preferring RAG model. Why we need to prefer this. Like if I said it initially itself means you have few questions, right? Why we can use this in the previous LLM or RAG itself. Why we need to prefer this and all, we will have a basic questions, right? For that only, like I give a justification for it. And our dream stack is something like we want to build a product, an application. We can do it everything in a JavaScript itself, right? But why we are like using MERN stack and mean stack, some kind of like stacks. We are combining each and every tools and we were building it. So this is like a proper stack can be easily scalable and it can be easily used in a production level. And we can find in what use case and what will be the disadvantages and what will be the issues we cause from a specific stack or specific use case, right? Likewise, our architecture will be like we were using first one is Langra, which it's going to be like a coordinator, and quadrant for a memory, it's like a vector one, and Llama an LLM model for as a brain. And for a re-ranker, we will require re-ranker for a refiner. It picks the best evidence out of it. And Ragos for the evaluator, measures faithfulness and the quality of the output. So this is a 5 different stacks. If you build it in this means like it will be more scalable, and there were like 4 primary features of it. What we are building right now with is different from chatbot. We are not here to build a chatbot. We were building an enterprise complaints intelligence. For this, what was the use case I have took right now is like mostly like IT helpdesk bot we were using right now, right? We are for an AWS, we were preferring so many like services. We are picking AWS services, right? For that, like if we found any issues from it, means we will prefer chatbot and we will ask for queries. So for this use case, what I have done is I have took a complaints program data from it as an external grounded source, and I'm going to implement in it. So the next thing. So what are the 4 trust features? This will be the first thing I have mentioned. So how I can trust your AI model? So these 4 steps will like justify how people can trust our model. One is refusal. As I mentioned already, in RAG model, in RAG system, refusal is not a feature. Refusal, it's something like a use case. If we have built it, if it like undergo 5 different use case means it will refuse and it will say like I don't know. But now for building a proper intelligence, we need to add a refusal as our primary feature. And the second one is claims. So claims is something like for an LLM model ChatGPT, if we ask something, what we will do is it like 100% right or wrong. For that we will ask for sources, right? Mostly like ChatGPT will not give it because it is like trained in an internal database. It can't like 100% accurate for each and every statement where the sources comes from, and for it will not justify for each and every statement, right? But right now in our solution, we were going to justify each and every sentence of a paragraph of a solution where it can be claimed and what was the source it is used. That will be the second thing. And the third thing is audit. Shows how the answer was produced and used. And the fourth one is confidence. Everyone know confidence is something like we will calculate by 0 to 1, right? based on the like number of value it increase, the confidence level of the answer will be increased. So this is a core thing. We were going to use the fourth part. And the next thing, how it is like a difference from an LLM model and a RAG system. So this is just a differentiator. Like about like all the things, we will have a clarity. Like what are the primary core differences we will get from it. For analyzing the always answer sounds helpful. It's something like an hallucination, and answer using documents is a RAG one, and answers only when provable. That is our system. And documents LLM won't use, other two systems will use. Refusal behavior is something like LLM won't do, but RAG will do partially. It is not a feature. In our system, it is a refusal feature, so it will say, I don't know. And the third one is, like fourth one is climb to source. RAG and LLM model will not climb to source for an each and every statement, but our system will do. And the audit trail and confidence meaning. This is something like a basic one, as I mentioned already. So the next thing, what will be an high-level architecture of our system? So that will be an user and interface, like you will go to a streamlined interface and you will answer a question, and there will be an enterprise engine that will handle an end-to-end part, and then will be decision and safety. Will it be like what decision we need to take from an LLM model? Like should I need to answer for it, or should I need to refuse for this question? That will be handled. And the final part only documents and LLM model to answer for it. So like I will show you a demo use case. So like mostly like my screen is visible. Fine. So here this is our model. So what we are doing is we have like added as a feature to show it to our show it as a demo how much our solution is accurate and how we can justify it. So first thing, I'm going to like unclick everything and I'm going to answer a question. What compliance certification does AWS have? The reason is I have used like AWS as a person step. Then so it will retrieve a answer from a documents and the sources which I shared, and it will give it to us. So what will be the answer for it? These were the certifications that AWS have. SEO, C2, C1, C2, C3 and all, these are the certifications AWS will have. And now what we are doing is we need to trust this output, right? For this, like what we are doing is we are just clicking the client where it can be climbed, and how I can trust the solution means if you click climb means it will show to us. So what is the client? So AWS maintained complaint program is the source which we took the solution out of it, and how it helps customers to satisfy their regulatory requirements such as it has the all each and every certifications. And the next thing, so audit. So audit is something like it will give the sources and decision path where it is derived from, and what was the source it retrieved the data from it, not only from a PDF. I've shared a complaints link of it, AWS one. So it retrieved the data from it and it is giving to us. And the next part is confidence. How much confidence does A will achieve to us for this solution means like it will rate from 0 to 1. It will give it to us. So right now what it says is I will give confidence 0.20. So if some solution is going like below 0.5 or 0.10 means it has low confidence. How much increase till 1, how much the value is increased, the confidence level will be increased. Now confidence feature is justifying why it is like it is 0.20 means like it is a low metadata match and limited source only it was used. So that's why it's saying 0.20. It's like an average weak one only. It's not like a proper confidence it's saying that. So and the next thing for refusal part. So for this, like mostly people ask, right? For even we are getting solution from AWS, we need to ask should AWS be trusted? This is something like we need to get from it, right? But the opinions, if we want, we don't need to like, we should not train our LLM model and a RAG solution in the case like I am building the solution. So it should be justifying to me. So it should convince the end user and all. It should not do. It will, if it is an opinion based or like that's why it one means like it could say I don't know, and the reason for it and all it can be mentioned here. So these were the four different features by which we can like satisfy the end user, the people who was like unaware of our solution, who is not trusting our solution means using these four features we can justify how our solution is trustable one and how much confidence we can give it to us, what are the clients and audits we can cover end to end thing and we can deliver it to them. So then code part. So how I have built it. Like I am having a repo of it. I will share it in the end of the session. So how I have built it and what was the core architecture of it. So here I will say like what the basic architecture, what are the files we have used right now and how we gonna use it for your trial purpose. The first one is entry points. We can use a front end. Right now we use front end, right? And Streamlight one, UI.py is the file we have used it. If we wanna build it as an app means we can use app.py or main.py, and if we wanna run, we don't need an like an interface and all. I should like do it in a demo use case. I can use a CLI itself means you can use run.py. Using that you can run that. And the next thing is brain. So each and everything is handled from a single file only. How to think should I need to replace or not? What is the confidence and where the sources where you are getting the solution from out of it. All these things will be handled in a single file engine.py. So once it receives the question from the end user, it should say it will run a safety checks and then it will decide the response should I need to answer for it or not, and then only it will assemble the audit packet and give the output for it. And the next thing is decision and safety layer. For decision and safety layer, we have created two different files. One is like query router.py and the other one is query router prompt.txt. This is something like a graph, which is like if the question is factual means it will go to an uncertain high certainty, and if it is opinion or refuse means it will go to subjective one, and like if it is speculation or advice means it will be refused, it is low certainty, and if it is confused about the solution part also it will go to low certainty, it will not answer to it. And the next thing is policy engine. Policy engine is something like they are like used for what are the company policies you need to like agree on it. Something like I am running a corporate company. I have certain criteria. What are the policies a user need to follow, an employee need to follow. Likewise, we need to train our LLM model also. What are the policies you need to follow? You are going to like give an end solution to an end user, but even though you should follow our criteria and you need to answer for it, policies and all. And yeah, sure. Yeah.
Okay. So we use existing LLM because training is essentially going to be costly, right? So costly and time taking. Let's say we use the existing LLM, that being the quickest thing. Is there a way we can restrict that? Because in the normal rack, I mean, I haven't built practice, but I that if we build rack, the LLM's knowledge may sometimes hallucinate, right?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
For that
So,
one, yeah, please. You
yeah.
can come.
Is there a way we can restrict the existing LLM?
Yeah, sure. So for that only we are using a refusal one. If refusal feature is something like LLM have a basic idea of it, but it should not hallucinate. Assume like I have a basic idea of an like a finance field. And a stocks means I should not say like you can buy this stock. Might be BCCL.
I remember some LLMs having a parameter in which you can specify a number, right? Is that almost similar to what you're saying?
It's not like that. Can you elaborate it?
Okay, I mean, I have seen some models like some parameter they'll give. Based on that, it'll either uh, try. I mean, it'll try to answer it very well, and the possibility of hallucination also increases.
Got it. So how RAG is performing here? So as we mentioned, RAG is something like for hallucination purpose we're using RAG solution, right? How it's doing, even in RAG also we will face the same issue, right? So how we for LLM for what purpose we are using is only to understand the context of the question. So and understand what he's trying to say using a vector DB, right? So is it is the question is belongs to this or not, like which we were assuming it, right? For this purpose only we are using LLM. Okay. RAG is something like a knowledge. Using this knowledge only you should need to answer. For understanding the context, you can use LLM.
Okay.
For giving a response to it, you should use a RAG knowledge base. But here, what we are saying is, we were going to add few more features into the RAG system, by which we can assure it will be 100% it will not hallucinate.
Okay, okay. Which is
Yeah.
minimalistic model, very minimalistic model trained from scratch.
Yeah.
In this, okay, not
Not
exactly this
like
data.
I'm using a Llama model only right now.
Okay.
So I have used Llama 3.1 model and Olama 1 only.
Okay.
And I have used it. But for re-ranker kind of thing, re-ranker is something like which will be the good response. We will like give a thumbs up and a thumbs down, right?
Okay.
So based on it, it will answer to an upcoming peoples. So for this concept and all, like we will use re-ranker.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. One more.
Yeah, please.
Let's say that we are adding the RAG character. So we are in company is called 3.1. 3.1% is the 3.1 policy, and company is developing 3.6 policy. So both the documents are both countries. So how about the rally? 3.1 and 3.2 is upgraded. 3.1 have different 3.2 different policy. 3.1 have different policy. We are tuning with both the policy. So how would the difference come to value or property?
For this one, we are using like a metadata kind of, which will be the recent one. In the chunking process itself, we have added metadata. If someone is asking right now, in this year, in 2026, you are going to like change the policy paper, right? Based on the recent metadata tag, it's 2026. So this policy is an updated one. Based on it, it will retrieve that solution out of it and it will answer.
One more question.
Yeah.
I want to know that what type of RAG did you have used in your application?
What type of RAG?
RAG? The traditional RAG or an agentic RAG?
Agentic RAG.
Okay. Can you really explain when to use the agentic RAG?
Okay. So RAG is something like it will retrieve the documents out of it, right? We have a specific set of documents. Only early ones we were going to update it means we can use a basic RAG itself. We were going to share the PDF format or an data out of it and we will train the model and our RAG system will answer to it. But assume something like we can took a finance field. Every day the data will be updated, right? For this we were going to use sources and all. So for my external link, here like what I have used is like like AWS complaint program. Every day it will be updated, right? For retrieving and making into and chunks and adding metadata kind of stuff and all, we can use multi-agent. So
For this scenario, why can't we go with the graph-based RAG?
the same thing only. Because AWS complaints, which will be updated day to day, right? Might be they can implement a new certification by tomorrow, or they can change the HTTP classification into a different name. Means it should be updated, right? So for that use case, I have preferred. Yeah. Like I didn't get you clearly. Correct. Definitely, it will. So how much we are going to train our model, that much efficiently it will answer. So for that only, we have split it down into 4 different features, right? If it is a single RAG system, we can't like train it in all these cases, but we split it down into different use cases for refusal and for audit and for complaints and for accountability. For each and every feature, we have designed it in a proper way, and if we are training it means it will definitely follow that, right? If it doesn't answer means we can get to know, okay, this feature is not efficient, we need to improvise it in an even better way, right? So this case it will. Ah. So yeah, so this is a policy engine, and the next one is grounded answer. Grounded answer is something like if our internal data is not enough or PDF data, PDF knowledge is not enough means we were adding an external source out of it, right? Yeah. So, so we will add an external source out of it, right? So for that use case, we were using a grounded like a .py file. And the next one is confidence estimator to track whether our solution is how the solution is confident from 0 to 1, how much we can rank the solution. For this use case, we have built a confidence.py file, and for retrieving the data and AWS complaints.txt, it's something today I've retrieved the data out of it and I feed it to a RAG system that it will prefer first if the solution is not enough, if the context, if user is something asking a new certification, it was not updated in the TST file means it will automatically go to the grounded source and it will retrieve the answer and it will convey to the user. This is a re-rank quadrant and embeddings one. Embeddings, mostly like embeddings everyone will know, right? Data will be like converted into an vector format, and using that it will like analyze and it will give the efficient result. So that kind of stuff can be. And audit one, as I mentioned. So how we can use this data and we can audit for our internal use case. Basically, like an end user will ask enormous question, but we need to track it from our side, from our company side. How we can improve this? What kind of questions will be recently asked and all means we can use this kind of stuff. QA.py is like a front-end part and the complete full flow, how it will work. RAG and LLM is something like user ask a question, LLM will decide and it will give a response. RAG is something like user ask a question and it will retrieve a data from a RAG system and it will generate to it, right? So our system, how it will work means, and UA is there, user will ask a question, then it will go to engine, that is a main core thing. After that, it will route whether we can like answer to this question or not, and it will go to a policy whether we were following a specific guidelines if we need to answer for this or not, and then it will do a retrieval process from our existing data as a test format what we have shared. If it is not enough, means it will do a grounded generator. Conservative wording is something like how we need to answer. So if we are in a customer care, means we should not we should be polite and we should follow some criteria, right? Only in this way our manager will train to us, right? Likewise, we were giving some conservative wording out of it and how much confidence the solution is and final output. So this is something like which I have mentioned. So and the output, like the output part I mentioned it. If I click as a given a demo, I'm like explaining in a smaller way. If it is climb only, if you click means every statement can be verified. No hidden assumptions will be there. And the next thing is claims and audits. Claims and audits is something like I need to explain each and every part, right? So here decision part will be there. It's come from an audit. Decision part is something like first system will classify the question and then it will search trusted documents and then it will generate the answer from a retrieval evidence. After that only it will go to these are the decision part. It was mentioned that here it is like a query routed to RAG is the process which was like happening for the 3 points, and then sources. We are not relying on memory. We are not relying on the model training. We are really relying on only a real document, right? That will be the core thing. So if we after click claims, audit and confidence means how it will show how much evidence we have and what will be the output out of it and all. Here we have mentioned that. Okay. So here it is mentioned. This is like a confidence range. 0 to 1 will be a confidence range. If it is from 0.8 to 1 means it will be a strong evidence. User can 100% trust the output. If it is from 0.5 to 0.8 means it is a moderate evidence. If it is 0 to 0.5 means it is a weak evidence. If it is from 0 to, if it is only in 0 means it is a refusal. You say like LLM will not answer or RAG system will not answer. It will say, I don't know. That will be the final thing. So that's it about the session. So hopefully like everyone has some basic understanding. So like with this solution, I have delivered it to an existing client which was in Dubai. So from my company, so you can also implement it. If someone like you is not trusting your solution means you can you keep this UI and you can show it to them as a POC. You can trust the solution. Why we need to trust the solution at all? They can justify it. So I think that's it about from my side. If there is any question, please you can ask.
Document give us the result in easiest way or in a fastest way. If it is a 1 GB document or more than that, you take the latency will be affected, right?
Landing site, this is just an POC, right? If you're going to do it in a production grade, means what will be the cloud we were going to use and what was the architecture we were like going to use, that will be the primary thing, right? For the training kind of stuff. So, yeah, that's fine.
It's great. I mean, I really like that. I regularly use this notebook LLM, primarily for other sources like that gives that because that, I mean, almost the same. Yours is very common. Uh, but for we have something like R2 and other things, right? Model benchmarking.
Yeah, yeah.
So likewise, this can't be exactly classified as a model, right? So this is kind of an architecture.
Yeah, it's just
Okay.
an architecture.
So, but architecture, I mean, to my understanding, an architecture can make a significant difference. Like for example, transform architecture.
Correct.
Maybe nobody knows why that happened.
Correct.
That's significant. Right. Is there a? Definitely, I'm sure there will be other proprietary systems very similar to this one. A way to benchmark these with existing systems or similar systems. Say, I want this with notebook LLM, for example. So, any thoughts on that?
Yeah, definitely. Like notebook LLM, we can like benchmark it. LLM and RAG, when we comparing to an LLM and RAG, it is much more better solution out of it. But comparing with any other things, I like I just
That's what, like, if at all we can do some benchmarking, we could see how better this architecture does, right? I mean, that's kind of a proof of concept, right?
might be we can benchmark this with an existing RAG and agentic solution.
Okay.
So-
I mean, you're saying that there is no exact alternative to it.
Yeah, because like these were the data right now, like none of our solution will give, right? None of an AI model, even notebook LLM or existing any, none of the solution will give to us. From this source only, we have retrieved the solution out of it. This much confidence I am in this output.
Yeah, I mean,
And,
I see some overlap in several places. For example, Perplexity gives you the sources.
Yeah,
So it's like, but it doesn't give you the confidence score. So I mean, I get the idea, but just that if at all it's by some way if you benchmark it and add that in the README file, it would be kind of a proof of concept for that's one thing. And that's one question. And another small question is like, what do you think the future of this project is?
future of this project. Yeah. So might be like for a specific industry, like industries like finance and healthcare will not prefer AI solutions, right? Because the output will not be accurate. But using this architecture or system, we can deliver this solution to even healthcare and finance industry. Even the data is more like constitutive one and the confidential one. We can like trust this kind of solution. So that will be the thing. And what you mentioned for benchmark, definitely we can do it. It is an open repo only. I have given it as an open source only. We can like do a pull request out of it and we can contribute it. You can use it for multiple use cases also by your own and you can implement it. Yeah. LLM model.
Or benchmarking. Like they are allowing you to benchmark. I haven't tried it, but I just glanced over it. It looks like for other models, like you can benchmark and you can see how.
Sure, definitely. Let's do this. Yeah.
So first of all, your question is really good because I was searching for a session like this because I am working in healthcare industry currently, and when we propose a AI solutions to our providers, the first question they ask is, will your system hallucinate? Will your data will get leaked anywhere because it's patient data, very sensitive, and how secure your system, how reliable. So these are the questions. And by seeing your architecture, I can clearly see that the hallucination will get completely reduced over here. So my question is, we have analytics portal currently where the data will be updated each and every day. So in this case, how will you handle dynamic data? You have to see the data. Right? The data should be updated and the LLM should respond according to that. So how do you handle that?
Okay. So for this feature, for this part only, we can use grounded source file. So here what we are doing is, for this purpose only we are using agentic one, right, when compared to RAG one. What we can do is, we can add the link out of it and it will scrape each and every time if the data is not sufficient. If the data is not like enough to answer for the user question means, it will automatically go to grounded source and it will retrieve the data out of that source and it will answer to it. If from that source also, if we don't have the data means, it will definitely say, I don't know the answer for it.
Yeah, that's great. So it's scraping.
Yeah, it will scrape. So that's the code. So, is it anything else? It's fine. Cool.
Hello, bro.
Fine. Link to the report. Sure. Like,
Hello, bro.
I will share my screen and like it's a break time. We can. So this is my ID. AR. So here the repo will be public only. You can go and check and you can start it and you can clone it or fork it. You can use it for your specific use case. So that's it. Thanks for the time and thanks for like being patient and asking all these curious questions and all.
Thank you so much, Madhavan. So we'll have a small refreshment break. Um, so the crowd until this TV, you can use the outside area to collect the refreshments. Please have the token with you so that we can just have a note. And the second half of the crowd can be fine. So 11:33. We have break for around 10 to 12 minutes and we just gather back for a short icebreaker and then return back to a tech talk. We also have an HR desk outside, so any recruitment related queries you can contact them. And we'll try to get back to our places by 11:45 to have an agenda on track. We have washings on the left side of this. So we request people to get back to their places. We'll have a short icebreaker. So we'll display the QR for the icebreakers. Please do scan and enter the room code to get the icebreaker started. I request everyone to get back to their places and please scan the QR. Shall we start? If everyone gives a heads up, we can start the icebreaker. We'll start in another couple of minutes. Shall we start the icebreaker? So we don't want to disappoint the on-time people.
Hello, everyone, please join the icebreaker session. We're going to start soon. Okay? We do have a goodie for the winners, so please join. So I'm going to start the quiz question, and each question will have like 10 to 15 minutes to answer. So that's it. Second, yeah. We are starting. This is 2 minutes. Yeah. So yeah, yeah. So I'm starting the quiz now. So guys, just go through the question, answer it quickly. I'm going to see the leaderboard over here.
Hello. Please answer the second question. That was really quick. Yes, 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 yes. Ibrahim is on top. So the next question. Actually, pretty good. Everyone is answering so quickly. Trick was
Check,
okay.
check.
Perfect. We have a surprises for the top three winners. So it's competitive, guys. Trick was top three. So we have first only 5 more questions left. So hello. Yeah, still 7 more questions. This was the date. Hello. Only 6 more questions, guys.
I think a lot of experts are here. Okay. Who's free to ask? Yeah. Okay. So the guy over there is reading. So do answer and correct to get the spotlight. And the top 3 winners of this questionnaire will have goodies. So you have 5 more questions left. Catch the spot. Yeah.
About the second one, the game is on third. Okay, complete. Yeah,
Oh.
you're on top right now.
Others took the spot. Others is invisible. Oh.
First 3% is not that much point. I mean, like anybody can come on top. So guys, it is a lot 3 questions.
So tough fight between others and Sigwas. The Sigwas is so curious that he's on his mobile.
Just 2 more questions to go. That is back to the top.
Okay, so he's giving a tough competition. The last 2 questions.
So this is the final question. It has a double point. So focus, guys. This could change the leaderboard.
Okay.
Very well done, guys. So let's see your top 3.
So we have plenty of participants and we'll give goodies for the top 5 people. So who backs the cookies? Ram?
Hey,
Ram?
yeah, congratulations.
Who's Ram? Okay.
Others, take it.
Okay, Ram took place. 4th, Sanjay. Okay. And third KK. KK? Oh, okay. So we forgot to say that CTOs and the speakers are not allowed to take. I think we should have an exception next time. And second place? Arthur? Others. And first, Nikwas. Your name, please? Sorry? Archit. Okay. So we'll hand over the goodies to you at the end of the session. Hope it was fun as well as informative. Thank you.
Thanks for the participation, guys.
So rest of the people, we have another one icebreaker. So try your luck and win the goodies.
Now we are going to see a tech talk. So where we are going to discuss about AI beyond the hype. So what AI can do and what AI cannot do, and how things work for us in autonomy. And before we proceed, I would just like to say about autonomy. Autonomy is a B2B platform. It's for enterprises where you can configure or build your AI agents that process complex knowledge, and you can build AI agents that can work, or it can be a co-worker for you. Yeah. So I will real builders of autonomy AI. So I'll start with Oliver. So he's our CTO of autonomy AI platform. And, we have Victor. So he's a senior ML engineer, and we have Devi. He's the front end engineer of the platform, and we have Vivek. He is also an engineer. He is also part of the engineering platform, and we have Srivatsan, who is an SIT architect, and I'll hand over to them. Over to you, Dev.
Thank you so much, Vignesh, for giving a quick intro. And yeah, so coming back to the panel discussion, uh, uh, so we are not going to talk what is doing good. So we have built the platform. We have lot of great learning. We have been awakened all nights to keep the system up. Have lot of lessons. Took a product, and of course, you got a huge investment as well for our product. So I think this discussion would give an insight about how the product actually works and what all the inputs and insights they have given to make this product reach a next level. Okay. So yeah, before that, I like to have a quick intro about yourself individually to know about what you do exactly with AI. Now, we'll start with Oliver.
Yeah, thank you, Daisy, and good afternoon, everyone. It's actually a pleasure to be here again in Chennai. I guess if you have visited previous AI Connect events, you might have also seen of one of my sessions. So I'm actually the CTO of Autonomy, and yeah, I've been doing this now for 18 months. Of course, I've been doing much more in IT over the last 20 years. It's very nice being here today and sharing some of the experiences. But I guess I will also talk a little bit about how did it all come along with autonomy, how have we been doing, because I would say it has been a real wild ride. Over to Victor.
Hello. Very pleasure to be here. So I came on board on the quite early in December 20. It was really small back then. I've only stay the same. It's been an absolute ride. It's like rocket. So a great pleasure. I'm doing another research on what that sector is what I I know. Great question. We want to have a bit of less of the usually I would suppose very long take the database part because of I'm currently taking care of several system of sorry. Yeah.
introvert turned extrovert today. So you can post all your doubts regarding AI, DevOps post after the panel session. Post after the session. Okay. So I'll start with Oliver. Oliver, we have built plenty of products, with the mission to bring it better or build bigger. So we have few more products. I think autonomy is one among them, but this took up a short, right? We have plenty of projects earlier, but we started with the same vision of autonomy, but it took a short when compared to others. And of course, you raised an investment of about $20 million, which is a very huge thing. So what made that you think that there is a shift, and what made you to convince the investors that is it because of the model thing, or it is an impact, real world impact?
That's a really good question, and I would say it became to me apparent beginning of 2024 that LLMs and generative AI would really start changing the world, because the capabilities we are seeing are just tremendous. And very early on, we actually had the idea, well, we can now go into the world and start building cool AI projects, or we actually do something disruptively different, where we say, let's build a platform and make it available to the world, so that business people or business analyst type people can actually implement their own AI use cases. That was the vision. And 18 months ago, we actually went to an investor, and we actually pitched this idea. And ever since, we actually raised now more than 25 million US dollars. We actually built the product. It's available. We have many clients on it. We already have like 2 million ARR with the product that we basically just launched. So it has been a tremendous ride, and everything has been going, I would say, at least 10 times faster as you usually would expect it. Because AI, what you can really see, is really accelerating. It's a big hype cycle, but I would call it a hype with real substance. So AI is not just a hype, it delivers real value, and we see that every day with our clients. And I think that is actually what makes a great product. It's all about it can be used, and it really delivers business value. It's not just a gimmick. And gimmick, I would say, that you might have actually seen the hype now on Clawbot, or now it's actually called Modebot. That's actually, I would say, a hype product. But is there real substance behind the product? I actually doubt it. So what we early on said is AI is going to transform how businesses operate in the future. That's why we build a B2B platform. Of course, B2B sales takes much longer than if you do any B2C sales. But we really believe that we want to have long-term partnership with our clients. That's why we actually went into the B2B space. It's actually going tremendously well. So we're actually, with large enterprises, down to sales cycles which can be measured in weeks. And before, if you sell to a large corporation, it actually could take you a year. So AI is really accelerating, and many clients have this FOMO effect, so fear on missing out. And that's really driving, accelerating the business. And we now also very early on went into the US. So as a German startup, with engineering in India, we then went right into the US, and basically in October last year we opened our US office, because we really see there's a tremendous need for our product also in the US market. So it's really exciting. And if you ask yourself the question, how do I start? I also have an awesome idea. I guess, first of all, we need to think about how what the product is doing, and why I should be excited about it. And that's like the first thing we need to think about.
I may not have the full awareness like what the alert is saying because I'm sleeping right at the end. So at the end, with the agentic AI, I think I will solve this problem of reducing this cognitive load. Like AI can do the triage itself, like analyzing the log streams and the database signals and relating it with the alert which came. So it can give me the analysis it took and decisive decisions which it can offer me so that I, I'm already having a jump start like 10 minutes of triage. So that's the way I'm looking forward to it. So we are currently trying to implement it for autonomous class.
So, do you know taking some tips with the help of you?
Yeah, so
Some of your
the call is still unavoidable since human needs to be in the loop,
okay.
but still the stress is reduced.
Okay. So AI is helping reduce the stress as well, right? Like a good. Okay. So the thing is like the most hyped word right now is AI. Anywhere you go, if you sell a product, just people won't get fascinated. But if you say you have AI, people get fascinated. I think that is what the world is happening now. So what do you think, Oliver? Like every problem needs a solution with AI, or it's just a buzzword like it's kind of a hype thing?
Yes, I would say it's a little bit the example. I would say if we have a hammer, everything's a nail. Yeah, and I would say AI is not the solution to every problem because you either have a deterministic problem, then it's code, yeah, or you have a non-deterministic problem, and that is basically where you use language learning or machine learning. And in the end, the combination of both is essential. Don't try to use AI to solve every problem in the world. It won't work. Because there might be cheaper or more simple solutions. Always look at, is it deterministic, meaning if it's if then else. That's code. Yeah? If it is non-deterministic, like you need to have a conversation with someone to identify what their need is, that is non-deterministic because you don't know how the conversation will turn. Yeah? Every time, yeah, and I think that should be the golden rule. And don't overuse AI where there were already solutions invented. Because what I now see is AI is a solution to every problem. Yeah? But many problems have already been solved because we have been computers for, I don't know, 100 years. Yeah? So we actually always need to look at what is the problem, yeah, and what is the best solution. And now often it's a combination. So earlier, I think we had the question on the screen, can the AI do function calling? Yes, because that's where we basically bridge between non-deterministic conversation into deterministic execution in a technical system via REST or GraphQL or MCP. And I think that's important, yeah, to clearly look at what's my problem statement and then to decide where do I use AI and where not. And ideally, don't use AI if it's not needed because it's just
Victor, say for example, Oliver gives a task to you and he asks you to ship it so fast. So what would be your strategy to ship it so fast, also balancing that should not break in prod as well?
Yeah, that's the $1 million question, isn't it? So basically, this is not an exam we're doing on a daily basis here. We break the playing field in our favor. We want to have a code base that's easy to reason about, specific parts in isolation, having small blast radiuses. Changes need to happen in an environment of confidence where you can confidently say, if I change A, B is the outcome, and not have a cascade of all things that change all at once, like dry spaghetti. When you pull at one thing, the whole plate comes with it. And if you design for that blast radius, it's a lot easier to have this confidence in what you do, that it doesn't break everything. And the other thing is, let's be honest, in theory, that sounds great. In practice, yeah, practice is different. Things will break. So prepare for it. Prepare for things breaking. Be prepared for the unprepared. Be prepared to recover.
Okay. So every production move, you'll be very much cautious and prepared. Okay. So Vivek, when AI came into market, right, the very first myth was like it will replace the people or it will replace the work. So what do you think with respect to QA perspective, which traditional things got changed or doesn't work when AI came in place?
Yeah, definitely that traditional QA won't work here, as I said before, as it is a non-deterministic one. Then the thing is, you can't assert the expected one here. The expected one is always changes. And also, for example, when you take a summarization task, if you want to quantify it, the quantification is always subjective here. So the quantification can't be done. There are n number of iterations to quantify it. That is the one thing. Then when you go for a regression testing, before the regression approach is simple one. But here, for example, when a Claude changes the model, the same model, if they upgrade it, it can cause a number of issues. Also, we faced in last month when they updated it, we had an infinite loop in issue. Likewise, you are not responsible for it, but the issue happens. And also, when you come to integration test, it is subjective to the technology we choose. And as I said, these three parameters has to be taken care in a quite different manner to approach these generative AI plus RAG application as an example.
Okay. So I think she's getting some sleep because of agentic AI. But say for example, it didn't help you and it failed at 2 a.m. So what would be the first signal you trust, or what is the first thing you do? So after getting up from sleep.
Yeah, no, the first thing after getting the call is like I would not have the much context in the call, so I will look for the error message.
So we're not giving much context to you, Sri. We just say something breaks.
Yeah, something break. That's only
You should not blame like that in public.
I actually goes to the communication channel of the alert message.
Okay.
It can be either Teams or Slack. So basically, we define dashboards and link it with the alert message. So the first thing I look for is that the dashboards which come along with the alert. So later on, I'll go to the related logs and at last see for any deployments which happened or something new went into, or if any features enabled or disabled. Those things I'll check. At last, I'll go to the model status pages. Since it is an AI systems, right?
Okay.
So I'll check for the status pages of the models.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So Vivek spoke a lot about deterministic things. So which means the LLM gives the undeterministic thing, but our product should give the determined thing to the user. So that is what we promised for. So how do you architect that to bring the determined thing from the undeterministic models?
Yeah, that's a very good question. How can you actually make sure that something non-deterministic is still correct? And I guess that's one of the biggest questions that everyone's asking today. But let's make a little thought experiment. You might have been following AI, I all assume, and you actually saw there's many AI companies won the gold medal in mathematics like last year. And the interesting question to ask is, well, how can that be? How did this actually happen? How can an LLM basically do this? And just to give you an idea, it's actually not the LLM that is the magic. It's actually the agentic runtime on top of the LLM. Because what you actually can do in mathematics, because it's like a, I would say, very well understood domain, and what you can do is you can basically take a problem and you can break it down into smaller problems and then even smaller problems. And then you can translate them into a logic language like Lean. Yeah, you might not have heard, but Prolog, Lean, these are basically languages to evaluate logic statements. And what you now can do is you can actually just evaluate your logic statements and then it's either true or false. And every time it's false, you actually memorize that this was not a good idea. You actually send this back to your decomposer and say, look, the problem, we need to decompose it differently. Yeah. So if you now do this in a loop for a very long time, you can pretty much solve any kind of these mathematical problems. So it's actually called a deductor architecture. So if you want to do some research on that later. And that's like kind of interesting because it clearly shows that how do you actually combine something non-deterministic with a deterministic flow? And that's now the same thought pattern we are applying in autonomy. Yeah, we are asking ourselves, how can it be possible that we are able to mathematically validate that an answer is correct? And this might not be possible for all questions in the world, but we're actually starting with certain classes of questions, and we are basically inventing, that's basically Victor and team, where we basically do the machine research. Yeah, that hasn't been invented. So it's like pure research we are doing to really find for a certain class of question, how can we mathematically prove that our answer is correct? That's so not so non-deterministic as we sometimes think. Yeah, so we actually start with simple classes of questions that can be deterministically translated. So why does it work? Well, the transformer architecture is an anything to anything else translator. Yeah,
example, yeah, question to answer, question to source code, yeah, question to video. So it transforms anything to anything else. So then we ask the question, why can't it translate a question into a deterministic statement? And then we basically evaluate that statement and we can say, this is guaranteed correct. And that's basically what we're currently researching on, because it hasn't been invented, but it's actually lots of fun. And hopefully we are the first ones to solve that problem.
Okay. So just in case, you said it will happen fine, but what if the AI decision gone wrong?
Yeah.
So in that case, like how would you, who takes that accountability and how would you gain that loss of trust from the users or the investors?
Yeah, so I would say for the near-term future, most of our clients are for, let's say, high-stake use cases always have human in the loop. So what you actually do is you have, let's say, a process that gets automated via generative AI. Let's say it's a refund for a broken product. Yeah, and the AI is basically doing all the pre-work and then coming up with its recommendation and then just basically gives that recommendation to a human who then has the ultimate say. So basically for the foreseeable future, in high-risk use cases, we have human in the loop. Yeah, I guess that is basically the interim step before we have fully mathematical verifiable answers. Yeah, and I would say human in the loop is not a bad thing because it takes away the tedious work. Yeah, you already get a prepared response, let's say on an insurance claim, yeah, with all the assessments, everything was validated, and then the human basically just goes over and says, yes, that makes sense. And then basically the ultimate decision is with the human. Yeah, and I would say that is maybe the interim solution for the next 2-3 years until we get to this, let's say, extremely high confidence level or mathematical verified answers. And that will eventually happen. Yeah, and you can imagine if you, let's say, have a long running task and let's say you are hallucinating a lot, or the LLM is hallucinating a lot, then basically the errors really accumulate. The longer the process runs, yeah, the more unstable it becomes because you're introducing a new error on top of errors, so it basically gets exponential. Yeah, and that's why it's super important to get the response rates up to a super high accuracy, because only then you can do long-running tasks that still basically produce meaningful outcome.
Okay. So, Victor, again, something regarding to the shipping it fast. But we need to, even in the rate of speed that we ship, we need to keep the AI safe and reliable, right? So what are the non-negotiable things that you follow to keep it safe? And if so, that it slow downs the process as well?
I think the non-negotiable aspects is really observability and transparency. So there will always be some input the system wasn't designed for. Have this case in mind. It's not that we get 100% accuracy. And quite frankly, we don't need to, but we need to know whenever something doesn't work as intended, that it doesn't work as intended. That's the first thing. No silent failures, ever. And the second thing is, then we want to drill down and see why did it not work. We need to understand when it works, yes, that's also important, but much more important when it doesn't. So this AI work is really 10% making it work and 90% knowing when it doesn't work.
Okay. So Vivek, say example, you got an AI issue. So how would you conclude that it is an issue or the behavior or what?
Okay. Just to put your question in this way, you say that the hallucination is a bug or no, as a design. Okay.
It's again kind of an undeterministic thing, but you need to just confirm it, right? If it's an issue or the model behavior or
Okay. It depends upon the architecture of what we use. For example, again, when you go to a rack system, if you know the document is still there, and if you are not able to get the answer, you have to broken down to the architecture of where it went wrong. That is how it depends upon the architecture. The same drilling down with not the same traditional method. But when it comes to us designed for an AI-based bugs, that is where the trust goes down. That is what we have to build guardrails. The guardrails in the sense the kind of the out of scope behaviors. We should cater it and solve it up. We should create a mechanism that would solve the undetermined behavior in terms of metrics. We can calculate it and should reduce it.
Okay. So, last question to Sri. So, what is your take on making AI to do autonomous things in production?
Yeah, I would say yes, but it should be progressive, controlled, and it should have low impact. The things which AI does should not cascade the issue. So I would say it should be progressive based on the trust from AI, from the past and the triage. If AI could be able to give us a proper solution, we would slowly tune them to use for fixes in production. But it again comes with some guardrails like Vivek mentioned, and also some reversible actions, so that we are not ending up in cascading effect. Yeah.
Okay. So let's come to the last segment of the panel discussion. I have few set of lightning questions. So I'll just ask few questions to each of you. We are probably like 4-5 questions to each of you in turns. We'll complete and get back to the next panelist. And I want you to answer in short as well the first instinct that comes to you when I ask a question. Okay? So a short, okay? So I'll start with Oliver. So what is the one AI trend that sounds impressive but worries you as well?
I would say vibe coding.
Okay, so that's what you're going to talk about the later session, right?
Yes.
Okay, so a short one. Is it an yes or no from you?
I would say it's a big misunderstanding when the word vibe coding was introduced. And I think what we actually want is engineering with support of AI. But that's very different from just prompting, getting the result, and then saying that's my new software as a service system. Yeah.
Okay, so it's becoming a vice versa, AI with support of human work. Okay.
Yes, and I will talk later about that and that's really a big difference. But I think it also is a big opportunity for all of us because we all can become creators.
Okay, so I made you spill a few things from your session. Okay, so the next question, one AI assumption that changed you after shipping a product?
Well, when we first shipped Autonomy, I underestimated what it was able to do. Because when you build the product, you don't have, let's say, all the clients with all their crazy use cases. And I was seriously impressed that the product could actually support use cases which we initially didn't build it for. And that was super impressive.
Okay. So one thing you always ask before approving an AI feature.
Yeah, it's do we really need AI? Yeah, so that's this deterministic, non-deterministic. Yeah, don't see everything as a nail and you use your hammer. Yeah, actually smartly think about how to build a solution so it actually is most efficient.
Okay. So the last one particular leadership lesson that AI projects taught you.
Well, I would say that AI is a massive transformation for any engineering department. And I guess that's the leadership challenge.
Okay, thank you, Oliver. So now to Victor, what is the most overused word in AI discussions?
Alignment. Models don't just develop bad goals. They're perfectly aligned to the patterns and the shortcuts in your data. And when you see misalignment, that just shows there's something in your data you didn't know about or you didn't manage to filter out. That's where alignment comes in.
So one things that non-AI teams underestimate about the AI work.
I would say the funny thing is hard problems are easy and easy problems are hard. If you want a long hexameter poem, yeah, no problem. Any LLM can knock that out. If you want to deal with a table with some edge cases and merge cells, that's a nightmare.
Okay. So I'll say two things. So I want you to pick one. So is it model accuracy or system reliability?
Reliability.
Okay.
Every time. Because when you're 99% correct, but the 1% is a silent failure, that's bad. If you're 95 or 90% correct, but you clearly say, I don't know, when you don't know, that's fine. Trust doesn't come from perfection. It comes from reliability.
Okay. So the last one is the one tool or library that you secretly love.
Honestly, probably none. Things change so fast that there really isn't any time to get detached. But I'm quite particular about my workflows. I want to really think about what I do, not fight how I do things.
Okay, so you don't have anything at current, maybe times change, so now you have anything.
Well, there's something new every week. I'm really promiscuous there.
Okay, yeah, thank you. So I'll just go as a surprise to Sri. So you're waiting for the last, right?
Yes.
Okay, so the question is to you. So AI in production feels like it's a science for firefighting.
Okay. So as long as we understand what AI is doing, it will be science.
Okay. Oh, sorry. So if you like the scale up or slow down request.
Slow down request.
Okay. So you prefer cloud or self-hosted?
I prefer hybrid. So I want to control something when something went out of control, which is not in my control. Yeah.
Okay. So you do restart the service or roll back the model?
Roll back the model.
Okay. So just give me one word that describes AI in production.
Okay. So I would say it's evolving. Like many of us are trying to do this approach, like putting AI first approach. So I think it's evolving. Yeah,
Okay. So to Vivek, to you I have the same question, like is AI in prod feels like science or firefighting for you in QA or dev perspective?
It is firefighting for us.
Okay, so you are
because
firefighter.
we are always battling to have that a good rectangular output, a good embedding one, and good chunking.
Okay.
It is all together. It's a firefighting. 100% firefighting.
Okay. Say if AI is your teammate, so what would you coach it first?
Humility. In the sense, if you don't know, say just I don't know. Don't hallucinate.
Okay. So which one creates more pain? It's prompt issue or data issue?
Definitely data issue, because the prompt issue you can fix it in some time, but data, it entirely breaks that architecture.
Okay. So being an newly seasoned dev, so which one is hard for you to write the new AI logic or integrate with existing code?
Definitely integration.
Okay.
Because when you start integrating it, you need to check that where the latency part. And for example, when you are going to upgrade that existing knowledge base, you should not break that existing one. The AI is in a separate architecture. When you get into a system, it should not break the existing one. So definitely the integration part.
Okay. So thank you so much everyone for answering the questions. From your answers, I feel like AI isn't magic, it's a software. So actually it is a software, and depending upon the people who build it, it is a success or failure, right? So thank you so much for being so real, honest, and sharing experiences. And thank you so much, and hope this one was informative, because we plan to have like the people from different domains who are using AI to have the insights how it works for them. Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. any questions on networking we can do post the sessions during the refreshment breaks.
Check.
Afternoon. So next is a tech session by Harish. I think how many of you know Harish?
So we have seen a lot of, very deep technical concepts, and even, we had a very great, panel discussion. It was very great. And this session is not going to be, that much technical, but we will, see the implementation of whatever tech they have discussed. See, from my perspective as a, technology enthusiast, I want to use whatever that is available as a technology. So we talk a lot about, AI, MCP, RAGs, but it needs to solve our, day-to-day problem. That is how I actually see, technology as. So I attended, one of the tech sessions, and I got to know about, MCPs and what is MCP toolkit. So I started, integrating them into my workflow, and that is all, it's going to be about. And how many of you here love math? Okay, so I'm not going to talk with you guys. So I'm a math hater, but when it comes to, AI and anything in general, any algorithm, if you want to go behind it and understand, you definitely need math. So we'll see a little bit of math from a non-math guy like me, and then we'll, see the implementation. And for context, I also develop software, and I create content on YouTube. So I'm going to, give you a different perspective on content creation and how tech can, enhance you, and why we are seeing a lot of cringe content being trending. I have a math proof behind it, and we'll see that. So yeah, that's about, the agenda of the session. Myself, Harish Rajendran. So we'll look about, building scalable content intelligence systems using LLMs, MCP architecture. Okay, so the first, mathematical concept that is going to, work behind the algorithm of any, doom scrolling application is the Bernoulli trial. The trial is nothing but a success rate. So the Bernoulli principle is nothing but, it's a, simple formula where we use probability to, decide a factor. The key formula is nothing but P, that is failure, equal to 1 minus the probability of success. Let's assume the probability of success is very low because we have a lot of people in the room, and let's assume the let's say 1% to become viral is 0.01, right? So the failure rate would be like 1 minus 0.01, which is 0.99, which is 99%. As per Bernoulli's principle, as per our assumptions, your idea or your channel or whatever page you create will become failure. So that is the simple thing. So this is the math behind virality, and we'll see how this is going to be enhanced and how it is actually being implemented by a lot of people without them knowing behind it. Okay, so and then the next math concept is binomial distribution. Binomial distribution is nothing but, we have seen a lot of memes. There will be a curve like this, right? There'll be, absolute beginners, they'll be talking a lot about Python is great, Python is the best language. And then there'll be the average, developers. They'll see, okay, this is what we have learned, this is what, we are going to do. And then there'll be the experts in other part. They will also be same as the beginner. They will again say Python is great. So this is called, the binomial distribution. But here, when it comes to math, behind the virality, it's not the the experts that are going to win, or it's not the the beginners that are going to win. It's the one who's average, but who's going to expand their volume. So previously, we have seen the Bernoulli's principle, right? Let's assume the Bernoulli's principle is nothing but a lottery ticket. Okay, let's say you are allowed to buy lottery tickets, and here the binomial distributions talks about the volume. We'll see another formula where 1 minus p, which is the failure per n, that is going to be the binomial distribution. Here n is nothing but the number of videos. Let's assume a new creator will create one video, or let's say 10 videos per month. But there's the average creator, or somebody who doesn't have a job, or somebody who's obsessed with just creating content. They don't care about doing some editing or creating a good thumbnail. They don't care about anything. They'll just push a lot of videos. So here let's replace those values and let's recalculate. So 1 minus p is nothing but 0.01. That is our assumption. That is the success rate is 1%. And let's say he is pushing 30 videos. Once you calculate that, the success rate from the Bernoulli principle, it goes down from 1% to 26%, which means the number of videos that you push is going to give you the visibility. So this is where we say something like Bernoulli trial. Trial is nothing but I'll give you a sample scenario. There is a lottery ticket. I'm giving it to you, and there are only two chances. Either you win or you lose, right? So if you win, that is a trial event. We'll capture that. If you lose, then you have gone. That's it. Let's say your video is going to get less than 200 views. And there is another thing. Here we talk about the volume. Volume is nothing but the number of video that you push and the probability that we get from the Bernoulli's principle. Basically, there is one guy who have posted 42,900 videos in his entire span. So by this mean, he don't know any math, and he's just uploading random videos. And by replacing those values, we got that he got around 430 viral hits. Viral means at least 1 million or 2 million kind of views. So that guy is nothing but a Puneet superstar. And there is other guy called Dolly Chaiwala. He became an ambassador of Microsoft. So the math behind virality is nothing but the amount of videos that you push. Even if you take me as an example, it took me around 145 long format videos for me to push in order to reach around 100k subscribers. So that is the kind of importance that the n value have here. So we'll move on and we'll see a lot of evidence and what are the systems that are there to help us push content, but also maintaining the same set of quality. Because see, if somebody is not caring about how they represent themselves on social media, we don't have to worry about them. They are going to just push random turn off the camera and they'll talk and they'll just upload. but we want to do some editing and we want to do some, proper, let's say we want to add some subtitles or something, right? So for that, there is one open source, tool that one of my friend built, that is called Real Composer, and that exactly works behind this math. So I'll also give some example behind it. And there is something called Pareto distribution. This is a Pareto. It is also called as Pareto law. It is used in a lot of psychological and also probabilities. So Pareto distribution is nothing but one single outcome will compensate for all of your existing efforts. That is what it means. So here, let's say this guy have posted like 42,000 videos, right? But even he got 430 hits, which is very less when compared to the amount of videos pushed. He got around 9 million followers, which is like humongous. He can easily create generational wealth with that kind of numbers. So that is the amount of impact that this Pareto distribution is giving. So yeah, that's about it. And then this is the exact reason why cringe creators are getting trended. So I guess if now you can relate to why the cringe creators are there on your feed, and why a lot of useless content are being pushed to this feed, because that is how the algorithm works. Yeah, moving on, let's see a very quick demo of how you can also start creating your reels or short videos without even having any knowledge about editing. So this is called Reel Composer. Please scan this QR code. This is a very recent project my friend has built. If you can give it a star on GitHub, then it would be very helpful, because it is completely open source and it works on your key and it is not stored anywhere, and it is also self-hostable. You can host it and use it for yourself. Okay, I guess the scanning is done. We'll see a very quick demo. I'm opening Reel Composer. It is a very simple vibe coded app, but it follows the math behind it. And the guy who built it is not like a non-coder. He is a technical architect in Zoho. So here I'm just going to import one video. Let's say how to be disciplined, or any one video I have built. Okay, so I have taken a video and I'm just going to upload it. Right now, the first thing is creating subtitles. For this, we are using multimodal from Gemini. Here, you just have to copy your key from Gemini AI Studio, and you can just paste it. And here the SRT is generated. SRT is nothing but the subtitle file. And here, if you click on edit, you can actually edit it. Actually, I have talked about TAICONNECT here. But when pronouncing, I pronounce it as TAICONNECT. So I guess it should be like THA or something. See, it is like TY Connect, right? So I can edit it actually. So I can edit it and I'm saving it, and I'm going to enter the studio. And the next thing, when it comes to content creation or adaptation of AI, it feels illegal to type for me. I have a very expensive keyboard, but still the amount of time I spend with my keyboard has significantly has come on, came down. So right now I don't want to type anything. I'm just going to give the prompt just like that. I have talked about JavaScript databases and data structures and algorithms, and about a tech conference in this video. That's it. Everything happened in my device. I'll just tell you how I did that. It is an open source tool. We'll come about it later. And if I click on, enter studio, it is going to take some time and it will create a video. Right now we are not going to wait because it is going to take a lot of time. I have created the same video and same workflow, and I have downloaded the output. So here's the output. I hope it will be audible for everyone. Hey guys, if you're watching this, you're probably sitting on TAICONNECT, and this is to demonstrate how to create a lot of content without worrying about editing. And I'm going to use a tool called Reel Composer. And I usually talk about data structures and databases and JavaScript based environments. And I used to talk in a lot of tech conferences. And that's about me. And you might have probably seen a lot of icons and emojis in the top. And thanks to Reel Composer. And here we are going to explore a lot about content creation. Bye. This is one example. I have another example as well. Hey guys, if you're watching this, you're probably sitting on TAICONNECT, and this is to demonstrate how to create a lot of content without worrying about editing. Hey guys, if you're watching this, you're probably sitting on TAICONNECT, and this is to demonstrate how to create a lot of content without worrying about editing. And I'm going to use a tool called Reel Composer. And I usually talk about data structures and databases and JavaScript based environments. And I used to talk in a lot of tech conferences. And that's about me. And you might have probably seen a lot of icons and emojis in the top. And thanks to Reel Composer. And here we are going to explore a lot about content creation. Bye. As you can see, it just edited, it just zooms in, zooms out, it added some relevant words, and it will also add some emojis if necessary. So this is the kind of tool that will help you to actually create content without worrying about any editing. You can just take your mobile phone, just talk about, let's say I want to talk about LLMs. I can get my phone, I'll talk about LLM for 1 minute and I'll upload it here, and since it is very free for use, we can just create a lot of content. By creating such content, you can produce in volumes. When you produce in volumes, the Pareto principle, the Bernoulli effect, everything is going to help you, and you'll reach a better audience. So this is one thing. See, I think it is also generated. Hey guys, if you're watching this, you're probably sitting on TAICONNECT, and this is to demonstrate how to create a lot of content without worrying about editing. And I'm going to use a tool called Reel Composer, and I use. As you can see, this is a different animation, because we have generated again. As you already know, the generative intelligence is not deterministic. Yeah. Yeah.
How is it different from having a specific prompt saying, okay, I need a reel of this dimension of this behavior, and giving it to a video model?
Yeah. So that dynamic will not work here, because I have used a lot of such video editors, and it is also not context aware, the first thing, and it is not using JavaScript based or HTML based one. It is using their existing video editing capabilities, and then they are trying to fit that in, but that is not working, because they actually don't know how the reel format works. And
that also can be provided in the context, right?
Yeah, see, we cannot control that in a context. See, the video models that we use, they generate it frame by frame. If you give it some existing videos, it is going to hallucinate, because I have tried a lot of even paid models. It is not that efficient. But if you use your existing video just as a static content, you don't have to touch, you don't have to generate anything. And in the top, if you create some relevant visuals, it is actually based on HTML, so it is actually editable. You have the full control, so it is not like A is going to hallucinate or butcher your video. For example, let's take that Will Smith video in the first we have seen, right, an year before. It will actually mess with the video. Here we are not actually editing the video, we are just zooming in, zooming out. The actual video is not let's say altered. We are just using the same video, and on top of that we are adding animation, so the creator touch is still there.
All right.
Yeah. Okay, so this is a small part that is going to help you produce in volumes, and we have a lot of things coming as well. Okay, and then here when giving the prompt, you might have seen I have not typed anything, I just talked what I want to talk, and it have directly typed whatever I was ranting. So I figured this out before I guess around 8 to 9 months. I figured it out that keyboard is not going to be the primary input, even though there are a lot of companies with mechanical switches, scissor switches, and membrane. It is not going to be the major medium. The voice is going to be the major medium. And I started using voice to text, but it was terrible when it comes to the inbuilt one in the Apple, that is the FI key. And in Windows we have something known as Windows plus H. You can also type dictate to type. That is actually not working, because whatever you are speaking to the computer, it doesn't have any context, so it is just randomly generating some words out of context. But we need a solution that is going to generate without much latency, and we don't want to give it to the internet and parse it and do those stuff. We want to do it locally, and we want to do it there are some alternatives. For example, in ChatGPT there is a button called voice input, but it only works in ChatGPT. I want to do it in WhatsApp, I want to do it in let's say Slack or anywhere. So I started using a model called Whisperflow, which is a very good model when it comes to converting your speech to text. And I started with system. I started with a software called Hix by Kit Langton. It is an open source solution, and I even raised few issues to their repo. It is also, since it is open source, and suddenly at a point of time it stopped working. And at that is the point of time I understood that I was extremely reliant on the voice based input, and I took a leave that day just because the software broke. And I started exploring it in Reddit, whether I have some other alternative for that. And eventually I found out something known as Voice Inc. If you can generate your own build, you can use it. It is also open source. So right now I'm using voicing. But after a point of time, I can clearly see that the number of input I'm giving, the amount of work that is being done, that has drastically increased. So I wanted to measure it. Usually my words per minute when it comes to typing lay around 50 to 70 in the range. So I took a test, and this is my test results. It was around 64 words per minute as an average. And I started using this voicing. In the first day it went in 131 minutes words per minute, and eventually it is also growing. So I found out that keyboards are not going to be efficient, especially if you can talk, then that is going to be the major medium. So that is when I started using these tools. The first one is Whisperflow. If you want, please take a note of it. And then Hex. I discontinued using it because it broke in a random day. And then voicing has a perpetual subscription, but I since I was able to take the build in my Mac, I'm using it for free, and I have the pro version as well. And the major advantages is there is no credit since it is hosted version. since it is running in the device, and the transcription process is very instant, as you might have already seen. Let's try some other example. Let me open ChatGPT. I'm going to use my voice typing. um, okay, so I'm presenting in a tech conference. I'm talking about Voice Inc. It is a um, voice to text generator application, and this is how I usually use my you know microphone to give the inputs. I can think, I can say ums and buts, I can say and everything is handled by whisper flow. I don't have to worry about it. It will give a clean output. So let's say what it is giving us. It didn't take much of time, just 2 to 3 seconds. See, it is saying okay, so I'm presenting in a tech conference, I'm talking about voicing. It is a voice to text generator application, this is how, and so and so, right? It has accurately given what I intended to type. For example, there is another thing you might think, right? Let's say there is some technical concept that we are talking about. It is also actually recognized. Let's say my company name is Hybro Technology. Whenever I say to somebody, they say, "Hi, bro." That's what they ask. So there is another thing called transcription based guardrails, where if I say some words, for example, "Hi, bro," it should give the exact amount of output. Let's say HIGHBROW. Whenever I say Harish Rajendran, let's try, whenever I say my name is Harish Rajendran, everybody is trying to type HARISH, because that is the standards. But if I say, "Hi, my name is Harish Rajendran," since I have customized it, it has given the correct spelling HAREESH, because you can customize to your use case, your personal assistant. So this is one thing, a part of my workflow that has given a lot of productivity boost, I would say. Yeah, and then we'll move to how I actually use the MCP LLMs into my actual workflow. These are the bits and pieces wherever I'm using it. We have the three things to note. The first thing is rules file structure. We'll give a detailed demo about it. The rules file is nothing but it is like the absolute guardrails for any agentic coding system. I use Cursor. You can use Gemini CLI, or you can use Claude, whatever. For Cursor, there is a format called .mdc. MDC is nothing but multi-document context. What is multi-document context? You might have seen MD. MD is nothing but Markdown. And MDC is nothing but multi-document context. Here, you can tag multiple documents together and create a single document. For example, I can create a I can create a rules file for front end. I can create a rule file for back end. I can create a rule file for writing test cases. But I can create a single master prompt file where I can tag these other files. So this is called multi-document context. Whenever you are prompting to your LLMs, you can use these multi-document context to create great workflow and very non-hallucinating and a very good output. So this is the first thing, that is the rule file structure. I'll also show that to you. And the next thing is context loading. See, a lot of people might say, we need to use RAG, we need to use the proper memory when, in order to, build a good AI system. I differ in this way. When you want to go to enterprise, or when you want to serve a lot of customers, it is necessary. But if you want to solve your own use case, you don't need a very good architecture. You can go sloppy. Whenever it works, it works. That's it. I used to talk with a lot of technical managers, and one of my managers, when I was working in Zoho, what he used to tell me is, whenever your architecture is not breaking, it is a good architecture. The moment it breaks, you need to change your architecture. That's it. So I used to think in that way, especially when it comes to personal projects. I don't, mind about, implementing any architectures. So here the context loading I have did by using a JSON. I didn't use any rack system. I didn't use a proper rack, pipeline. I didn't do chunking and all. I just use a JSON file and it is working well for me. And the next thing is prompt architecture. There is something called as, prompt contract or prompt DSL. DSL is nothing but domain specific language. So in prompting, you can say to your AI that whenever I say this specific word, you need to respond in this way. Whenever I, ask you to, let's say, create a report, you need to use this kind of language to me. Whenever I am talking about, philosophy, you need to use this kind of language. You need to use this, tone. This is called domain specific language. Let's say you can build a finance based system. You can build a technical based system, and you can have multiple systems. So these system, you can create your prompt and you can give it some label, and you can ask your system to behave in a different way. Okay, so we have seen a lot of things and how we actually implement them for content creation. I also use them for software development, but that's for a different day. Here I they asked me to represent a different perspective on how AI is useful in different industries. So as a content creator, I just wanted to give you an overview of how I use it. So I'm a very big user of Notion. Notion is nothing but it's a notes taking app, and it is also synced easily with my mobile phone. And the next thing is Docker. Docker, you all might know. This is an application to containers your app, and you can run multiple apps without running into errors. And then I use Cursor as my client. So that is the agent client. So here this is going to be the automation flow. Cursor will read the multi-document context, and then it will call Notion via MCPs. The MCP is actually, the MCP server will run in Docker, and then it fetches the documentation. It creates the, whatever details that I want, and then it will update it in Notion. So this is the kind of thing I want to do. So as a content creator, I have created more than 500 plus videos in my entire last 2 years. Around 150 of them are online, and online in the sense public, and 300 to 350 of them are on a private repo. So yeah, for every single video I need to do a routine repeated very boring work. For new creators it might be it might be time taking process, but for me, I have figured it out. This is what going to work, this is what not going to work. So yeah, we'll see a demo so that you will understand very easily. Okay, so I'll just give you a quick context of what we are going to do. There is one problem that I have to go through for every single video that I produce. That is, I need to figure out the title. If the title is not good, then the people will not click. And then I need to give correct description so that in future, if people search for that, then my video will show up. And then we need to create the tags. Tags are nothing but, let's say I am creating something related to self-discipline, and somebody is interested into time management, they might watch this video. So that is related to tags. So there are some psychology, or there is a pattern behind this. So I have figured it out. I have created a workflow for that. So this is how my workflow looks like. So initially everything starts with this file. Okay, so here I have created an MDC file. So this file, whenever the word generate YT is posted, you need to follow the below instruction very strictly. This is prompting. This is exactly called as prompting in DSL. And I want to generate in this specific pattern, that is title, description, and then tags. And here I'm telling it to use the MDCs. MDCs is nothing but you can tag multiple files. So here I'm telling it to use for title and the format mention, you should use the format mention, okay, in this file. That is, then the for description you need to use this file. For recommended videos, get it from this title.json, which I'll explain. And then for bolding, do not use star star, because star star is not supported by Notion. I have done some building in going to and fro, and then I have built it. And then in the titles, I have given it a lot of examples. For example, X try to warn you. For example, OpenAI try to warn you. This is like a good title. For example, why X is a dangerous and stupid idea, why AI is a dangerous and stupid idea. This is a very good example. So I have created a lot of templates, and I wanted to follow this one. This is in the titles folder. And then in the description folder, I wanted to use exactly this specific structure, and I have given it my actual details and everything that is going to be generated. And especially there will be a place where I have mentioned something about titles. Usually whenever you create a description, you need to give 3 recommended videos that is recommended by YouTube. So I don't know, for each video I need to think about what are the past 150 videos that I have posted. I need to give the recommended videos. So what I did is, you need to take link from titles.json. In titles.json, there will be more than 900 lines of code where I have my entire channel's title, description, links, and everything. From here, it will create the it will generate the description. And yeah, when it comes to MCP toolkit, if you don't have Docker desktop, please download it. Here, when you come to MCP toolkit tab, there will be my MCP servers. My servers. You can add your server. There will be a lot of things to install from let's say I recently saw YouTube transcript and Notion and Brave search, and even N8N is there. You can create your automations easily. So here, these are the server that can connect with your application, but you need a client. The client is nothing but cursor. How can I connect with the client? If you go to the client tab, here you can connect with any of your existing clients. It could be Cloud Code, it could be Gemini CLI. I have connected with cursor. Just you have to open your cursor, and then if you click on connect, it is going to connect. And make sure you open your MCP settings. Here you can see there is something called MCP Docker. We have given access to around 72 MCP tools, which includes updating a page, getting the page details, and everything. Let's try to actually create one example so that we understand the impact and the amount of time that I save. I have created one script for how to be disciplined and consistent for developers. Here in the bottom, if you see, that's how discipline is built. This is the script. That's it, the script over. But I would be creating doing a lot of research and then creating this title, description, thumbnail. Instead of that, I'm just going to go here, and I'm just going to say I have written a script for how to be disciplined in Notion. I want you to create the title, description, and thumbnail and add it to Notion itself. Sorry, not the thumbnail, tags. And I'm going to give the domain specific language, that is generate.yt. And I'm just going to give it some time. It is going to run, and it will say, see, from the starting itself, it is saying that it is reading the title.mdc, it is reading the description.mdc, it is reading that tags.mdc, and then it is asking me permission for running that MCP toolkit, and it is running the MCP to get the data. And after getting the data, it is getting the child block, and then it is going to obviously do the parsing and generate the actual content. And it is again asking for permission. Yeah, it has created the to-do list, and it is actually creating the content. Since it already has my actual social links and actual links, it will automatically generate it, and it has already created an MD file for me to review. But let's wait. If it is going to be giving me, MD file, then it is not going to be useful for me, because I want it in my Notion, because I want, everything to be present in a same file or same place. And another thing is, I want you all to, see this as a concept, but not just as a use case or, case study, because it was this concept of, MCP or connecting with cursor, everything was given to me in a completely different context. And I thought how I can solve my own solution, because we don't, get to see software and content creation being, linked in any conferences. So I see this as a concept, and I tried to solve my own problem. So if you guys want to, actually see the potential of this, go to the MCP catalog and see if you can solve any of this. There is another, use case that I solved. That is, I every single day I used to, scroll LinkedIn and see for any jobs that is there, and I'll see what is the job market that is doing for very good, and for my experience, I just written the same here, and it used playwright MCP and logged in for me. It got the data, it summarized and gave me a report. Okay, I think yeah, if you can see here, there is 3 title options that I can choose from, and here's the description, and in the description there's the timestamp, and there is the the connect with us, and there will be the recommended videos, the actual link from the title.json, and then there's the tags. I can just copy and then paste it here in the YouTube studio, and I can just publish the video. So yeah, I think this what I want to show, how we can just use AI to actually solve real world problems, be it on any use case. Yeah, thanks for your time, guys. If you have any questions, we can have it and wind up. Yeah, anybody have any question? See, I just have to update this, titles.json. For that also, I have created an automation script that is going to give me, the bunch of entries. I'll just copy and paste it. I'll do it weekly once.
Yeah, hi.
Hi.
So I do post Instagram videos once a while, but it's for mostly I post music videos because I play and sing. But does that work in this, like will this use case, be solved for like generating captions when someone sings and plays?
Yeah, I would say for your use case, you don't need to, add any animations. If you understand the math correctly, the amount of videos, if you increase, then the probability of getting viral will also increase. Just one video you need to get it viral, and all of your videos will gradually increase.
Thanks.
I think we'll wind up with this for the questions. We can connect with Harish during the lunch or the refreshment break. Is that fine?
Yeah.
Okay then. Thank you so much, Harish. Yeah. So we will have a lunch now. So it's 1:30, and yeah, we have 4 floors where lunch is being kept. So what we do is, until the TV, I consider as a part 1, where you can have your lunch at first floor. So just please take your coupons with you. Just go to the first floor, have your lunch, and the second half of on my left side, like you can have your lunch at 5th floor. So this part will have first floor, and that second part will have your lunch at 5th floor. And here the first part will have at 6th, and the last part will have at 7th. So we have our volunteers there, so they will help you. I think it's 1:30. So please try to be back by 2:15, so we can get back to our next sessions. So a quick glimpse of our next session. So we're having 2 tech talks from 2 CTOs. So it would be a great insights, and having a workshop as well. So try to be back on time so that we could give them enough time to have their sessions full-fledged. Thank you. Please don't forget to get your coupons, like take your coupons. And please don't miss it, because you need that for your goodies as well, which will be given in the end of the session.
மாதவன் கண்ணஞ்சி உங்களுக்கு லஞ்ச் தனியாக அரேஞ்ச் பண்ணியிருக்காங்க. சொல்லி இன்ஃபார்ம் பண்ணிட்டாங்களா? ஓகே. Volunteers, if you want your lunch, please stay back at 4th floor. We'll have it here. People, if you feel lift. People, please don't wait for a lift because it will take more time. Please, you are sitting for a long time, right? Please take stairs. So it's a kind request. Please use stairs because lift will take plenty of time to reach, and we have a lot of people as well. And please take your coupons as well. And we try to be back by 2:15. Stairs on the last end. Yeah. I think you have some boats. Yeah. So the respective floor numbers also will be written. So please make help of that. If the space is not enough or if food is not there, please take help of the volunteers and let them know. They will give an alternate arrangement.
ch, ch. Okay. Hi everyone. Hi. Hello. Hello. Sound okay. Hi everyone. Attention. Hello. Everyone. Can I have your attention? We're going to have a small icebreaker session. So, can you guys please log into the quiz platform? Hello. Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Yeah. Hi everyone. Hello.
Oh, sorry, Ji. Hello.
Hello. Hello.
Yeah.
Everyone, can you please log into the quiz platform?
Hello. 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 Check, check. Check, check. Check, check. Check, check, check.
Check, 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 check.
சாரிப்பா ஆப் பண்ணிட்டு போயிருக்காங்க.
Hello. Hello. Hello.
Check, check, check test.
Hello. Okay. So this quiz probably not technical thing. We'll have some fun questions so that you'll be awakened after a good lunch and get back to our technical sessions. Evlo register 76. Can you all give a heads up so that we can start the quiz? Shall we? Okay. Maybe we'll give a couple of minutes for people coming. Time in Agru? 2:23. So I will start by sharp 2:25. Okay. Anyone can join, but exclusions are volunteers. Avanga vandingina you'll be excluded. Non-technical. Anyone can attend. Cheat sheet irukku nenikiren. Volunteers are not allowed for this year. Can attend, but you will not be considered. Hello. Hello. Okay. So we'll start. Hello. Hello. Okay. Okay. So the first question. So just guess if this is an AI or real. Hello. பண்ண அந்த tab தெரியுதுனா இது தெரியுது. Okay. So it's AI. KK. No, you are not allowed. You will not be considered. Okay, the second, again it's AI or real. Can you pause? Real. Oh, someone said that loud AI. Okay. Oh, logic இருக்கும்ல. First AI னா கண்டிப்பா அடுத்து real தான் இருக்கும்னு. Okay. Okay. Okay, so there is a hidden word and you need to find and type it. Okay, so it is 1 in million. So I think now you got how it is. We have few more slides in this way so that you can attempt it. Oh, Silva corrected. Okay, one question and he went to the top. So another one, is it AI or real? Real. Okay. So haunted lion, is it a fluke or you were confident? Who is haunted lion? Is it a fluke or you were confident? Sorry? Okay, great. Great. Okay, so similar to the first one, that 1 in million thing. You. Sorry, Ranga, we leaked the answers. Don't say. Okay, so it's forgive and forget. If you are got irritated with this kind of question, you are going to question this guy, okay? Yeah. He want to confuse you, guys. Mike. Okay, so next one, same AI or real? Guys, you want to help others. AI real na shout பண்ணிட்டு இருக்கீங்களே. Oh, okay, someone shouted wrong answer and confusing the crowd. நீங்க கரெக்ட்டா ஆன்சர் பண்ணிட்டு அந்த kind of strategy. Okay, so who leads?
KK again.
Okay, but KK's name will not be considered. I'm sorry. We cannot give all the goodies to you, you know. Okay, so the next question is the same thing, AI or real? Okay, so it's crowd answer is AI, right? Okay. எப்படியா எல்லாரும் everyone is shouting AI but many didn't answer it correctly. Okay, KK becomes invisible. Okay, we'll leave him. Matt, Silva. Okay, so the same thing, find the hidden word. Hello. Okay, so the answer is crossword. Okay, okay. Okay, so we have 3 more questions. Okay, so it's real. Okay, very few answered it correct. So it's a kind of a connection thing. You should connect the picture and find the word. I know it's pretty straightforward and simple, right? All you need to do is type fastly. You can't find? No? So it's anthropic. So we got ant, throw. Probably you should guess that word pick. Okay. So I thought this is pretty straightforward. Fine. Yeah. Okay, so it's AI. So the last question of the icebreaker, and yeah. Mhm. So we get the double points. Time illa, correct. Okay, so it's real. So many thought, assumed it to be AI. Ah. Okay, so the answer, the top 5 positions. So fifth one it's Selva Prasad, yeah. And fourth, Shakti, who is Shakti? Okay. Third, Vasi 24. Your name, full name, please. Vasant. Okay. Second, Mad. Madhumita. Okay. KK becomes invisible. So Find Me gets the goodie. Who is Find Me? You are not supposed to join. You got already plenty of goodies. Okay. So Find Me. Sorry, your name, please. Kumar. Okay, fine. For KK, we can just give an applause, not goodies. Okay, so this is a bonus applause for you to have your session as well. So next tech session is going to be Kannan, the CTO of Concert IDC, having about 20 plus years of experience. And the more thing is like he's been a part of many communities, and I've been seeing him in many communities as an attendee as well. And yeah, the stage is yours, Kannan. Mike.
Hello, hello, hello. Oh. Right. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you guys have. All right. I hope you guys had a good lunch, and I really hope that I don't put you to sleep. I know from morning it's been all about generative AI and what RAG does, how do you do pipelines, how you can optimize it. But when we talk about AI, it's more than that. It's not just the generative AI part of it, right? Because AI has been there for several decades. And even before the hype started on generative AI, when ChatGPT made the revolution and when people started to consume it, that's when people found how easy it is to use, and that's when it started growing, right? But there's another side of the world on the AI which really adds value to our day-to-day process and helps us optimize how we do things. And just to give you a different flavor of how it works, my talk is going to be about it. And this is from a real use case where we have implemented it and where we have seen a lot of benefits out of it. And we'll just see what it is about. So this is me. I have around 22 years of experience. First of all, I'm a father to an autistic son. I'm proud to say that. I always talk about it to create more awareness about autism and how people struggle with it, how the community helps, and so on. And I currently work as a CTO for Concert IDC. It's a US-based services company. We're also starting to build products around different use cases that we have for our customers. And I am part of a foundation called Raising a Mathematician. And we'll have a couple of slides about it towards the end, just to create some awareness about it as well. So we closely work with school kids from grade 6 to 9, identify really highly talented math kids. And we introduce them college level maths so that we nurture and find out the next Ramanujams that we have. This is me. And what we're going to learn today is a quick summary of the problem that we're trying to solve using AI. And what was the traditional way, how it used to be done, how AI solution is actually helping. And we'll see a short demo with some examples on how to solve the problem as well. So when we talk about liveness, liveness is a bigger challenge that we have now that AI is being commonly used. So when we say liveness, it's about identifying the person who's in front of the machine, whether he's a real human being. Even if you look at the game that we played just a minute ago, we were just trying to figure out if the actual image is an AI generated image or if it's something that was a real image. And when we talk about know your customer use cases, like knowing about when we have more online presence, when we try to grow more and we have do business in online, identifying the person who's on the other side of the camera, it's a very important aspect to know whether they're a real person or not. And having all these AI changes that are happening in the market, it's very difficult to identify whether a person is real. And the traditional methods of how this used to be done is a very painstaking task, a manual process that is involved. And it comes as part of the identity verification process. A little bit about different use cases where liveness plays a role. So you can look at a few samples here, which is basically in a digital banking world. They do know your customer. Traditionally, people come to your home, collect the documents, they verify that you're the real person, they do the address verification and all that. But as we move more towards an online banking solution and people want to be onboarded in the platform at a very faster pace, then we transitioned into a digital way of verifying things, validating things. And that's where we collect the documents. We used to have the traditional OCR methods, the optical character recognition way, where we scan the document, try to identify whether it's a legit person or not, verify it with the identity document that they shared. It was a manual maker-checker process that we used to have. But AI has done a lot of wonders in this area, and this is from a traditional banking sector. So I'll talk about an horror story. So let's say we have our dear Silva who's trying to open a bank account, and he wants to open a bank account, and he's going through a painful journey of how he's doing it, right? So he uploads his selfie, he uploads his passport, the identity document that goes as part of the KYC process. And let's say it's stuck in the queue, then the person who's manually processing it reviews the document, they find that the image is blurry, they want him to re-upload it, it goes through another iteration. And typically when you want your customers to be onboarded in the platform at a faster pace, you tend to lose customers because of the bad experience that they have, because of the feedback loop that's broken in the pipeline, and that doesn't work for a lot of businesses. So this problem, we can solve it using AI. We have solved it using AI as well. So whatever happens right now is, this is the real statistics that we used to collect from one of our customers. So there used to be a lot of manual effort being involved in terms of verifying. There's a BPO, back office operations, which does all the verification and validation. A lot of things used to happen, and it was a chaotic environment. So there's a lot of cost involved as well in terms of attaining this solution. So we came up with a solution where we wanted to solve it using AI. And when we talk about liveness, it's typically answering three questions. Is the person in front of me a real person? And the document that they gave to me for verification, is that their document, the document that belongs to that person? And is it a valid document by looking at the details in the document and so on, right? So this is how a typical identity verification happens in most of the markets that we have. The place where fraud comes into play is people start to spoof. They basically take a photo and try to show that this is the real person, and if they do it in an online presence, that's when fraud happens. There's a high-tech way of spoofing where people wear 3D mask of another person, like what Tom Cruise used to do. They wear a mask and impersonate for a high-profile person and so on. There's a lot of deep fake videos that comes in, document fraud happens and so on, right? So these are typical challenges that we have from a fraud perspective. And in terms of real statistics, there's roughly around 3,000 plus fake accounts that were created in one of the banking sectors, which blew up the entire industry. There was a lot of due diligence that happened after the fake accounts that were created. It was a really messy situation that we had in one of the countries. So to solve this, if you look at how the traditional way of KYC happens, so people upload a document, they wait in a queue for a back office person to verify it, they review it, they approve it, they reject it, or they ask for more details or ask the person to go to a branch and fix it. So there's a agent who sits behind the desk, who reviews everything, who approves it, verifies it manually, and all this happens. And since it's human driven, the chances of them doing the same job again and again and losing the context of what they're supposed to do becomes a problem. Then you have to put in a QA process where someone has to verify what the other person did is right or wrong by doing sampling and so on, which happens in BPO cases. So there's a lot of cost involved. These are typical problems that occurs in that area, right? So if we talk about how AI can help in this space, if the same journey that Selva went through before, if he has to do it through an AI-based solution, let's say that there is an app that he opens, he looks at the camera for 30 seconds, it identifies who that person is, and once that identity is captured, he uploads a document, and we're able to use the document, that the same image that it captured in the first step, against the document that we uploaded, the identity document, and verify if it's the same person. And we all know we all don't look alike in our identity documents. None of us will be what we are right now in our Aadhaar cards, in our passports. It will be a totally different person. But even for such edge cases, AI-based models that we have by different cloud providers have done an excellent job. I'll show you how it actually works as well. So if the same process has to happen through an AI solution, these are the 3 steps that happens, and how much time we get to save is what you see here. So you upload a document, you upload your image, or basically you don't manually upload it. You open your camera, you look at it for 30 seconds, and the document upload happens, and then the comparison happens, and you get the results instantaneously. So if we have to look at how this process works, the document that you upload and the face image that it captures during the liveness, there are a couple of things that are happening in between this journey of comparison. So all these models that we have, which I'm going to focus more on AWS in the interest of time, but we have a very similar model that you have in Azure, GCP, and almost all the models or all the providers that we have in the market right now. So they do a texture analysis. They try to identify whether it is a photo, if it's something that's printed and shown in front of the camera, or if it's a real person. They do something called 3D meshing, where they try to identify against a flat surface versus a curved surface of the actual person sitting in front. They look at the lighting, how the lighting hits the person, how it hits on a photo. There's a lot of mathematical calculations that happen, and models derive this to identify whether the person is there. And they also do a lot of, since they capture more than 30 frames within that 6 to 8 seconds when someone stares at the camera, there is 30 frames that are captured. They try to figure out if a person is actually moving their eyes, they're trying to open and close their eyes, they're blinking it, and so on. They look at all those patterns to identify if it's a real person or not. In some extreme cases, They also look at people who are very fair. They try to tend to figure out if there is blood circulation changes that is happening in a person because of the expressions that they make. But that's at a very high model that we have right now. So all this gives you a very good accuracy in terms of checking if a person is real. And we look at this use case using AWS right now. So AWS has a service. AWS, as you know, as one of the cloud provider, they have a lot of services that they have in terms of AI. They have their own SageMaker models. They have their Bedrock, and there are pre-trained models that are specially built for liveness check. And we'll use one of those services to see how this can happen. And we will have a small, in terms of architecture, it's a pretty straightforward, simple architecture. You have your any app, web app or a mobile app, which has different SDKs that it supports. You add your SDK and then you host your application in your cloud provider. It just has a simple Lambda function, or it can be any kind of a function. It can be a Fargate or Lambda or your app code, where you basically run the function, which basically takes the reference image and does all the calculation. I'll show you the code as well in the interest of time. In terms of how the entire solution works is the core technology actually has deep learning embedded in it, where it tries to do all the analysis that I spoke about in the previous slides. It does all that. It also does something called boundary boxing. It just tries to figure out when someone is present in front of the camera, what are the different objects that are available, and it tries to boundar them. And when we upload a document, it also tries to figure out the content inside the document, does automated extraction and everything around it. So we'll see this in action. This is just the sample code, but let me just switch over to show this in action. So I have a simple React app, and it's, if you look at it from a code structure, I have just a client and I have a server. So there are two key events that happen. So when these services are being run from AWS, you need to have a session key. And on the client side, because you don't want to create the session from the client machine or the client app. So the client is requesting for the session creation, which happens at the backend. And the backend creates the session, it sends you the session ID. On the front-end app, whether it's a mobile app or a web app, you usually have an AWS Amplify-based face detector package, which is an SDK that is embedded, which is provided by AWS. And that package gets this session ID as an input and then starts capturing the entire image in front of the camera for 30 seconds. Or 30 frames is what it does. It can be less than 30 seconds. And it uses that and then sends that information back to, there's a communication that happens using the session ID back to AWS. You configure an identity pool as well as a storage account where you want these reference images to be stored, and you can use that for the subsequent process. So I'll show the example and then walk through the code. So I just have a simple app here. I'm just going to say get session ID. So it will get me a session ID, which is just a GUID ID that we get from the server. And I'm just going to say start liveness session. And it is just going to use the AWS Amplify package that we have for face detection. It's right now looking at my camera here. I'm just going to say start video check. It will ask me to come closer to the camera. So I'm just going to be a little closer. And once I reach the limit, or when it identifies that I'm closer, it will ask me to hold still for 6 seconds. And it captures 30 frames of what I did right now. And it does the liveness check and it gives you a result. It just says it's 83.9% confident that I'm live. And if you look at the response that you get from the API, I'm just going to scroll a little bit. So it gives you a confidence rate and it gives you the reference image in terms of bytes, which you can store it in any storage account later and use that for further processing that you want to do with it. And it also does a boundary boxing in terms of identifying just the person, and it avoids the other images that we have. I'm just going to do a quick identity document check. And I'm just going to upload one of the my own Aadhaar card. I'll show the image as well. So this is me, and I don't look anything like this right now. So it's just going to do document analysis. So what it internally does is it tries to identify the ratio between my facial features. It tries to find out where my eyes is located, where my nose is. It identifies the ratio between the parts that I have, and then tries to do a comparison against the actual image that it captured as a reference. And based on that, it completed the identity check, and it gives me that it's 91.1% in terms of the reference image that it took and the identity document that I scanned. And it also does data extraction from the identity document. It picks up all the address information, all the content that you have. You can filter that, you can apply masking on top of it if you want, but just for demo purposes, I have not done that. And it gives you a full summary of all the extraction that it did, along with the accuracy percentage and the similarity that it took from it. In terms of the capability that you see here, what typically used to happen for like 2 to 3 days if you have to manually do it when it goes through a PPO process and have a backend officer review it and upload it, you can get this done in less than 6 to 8 seconds, and which improves your customer onboarding. We have done this for a banking solution. In the past, we have done this. We are right now doing it for one of the fintech companies that we work with, which does in cross-border payments, and it's really helped them a lot in terms of quickly onboarding the customer and getting things done faster. So if you look at it from a logic perspective, on the server side, it's just a simple Node.js app. And all you need on the server is just 2 methods. So I have a create session API, which is just calling the recognition client, which is the AWS SDK. It just says create liveness session. And on my environment variable, environment file, I basically have my AWS configuration. I just have my region, my key, my access key, and the port in which my APIs are running. It just creates a session. I get that session. I return it back from an API perspective, which the front end actually used it. And when I want to get the results back after the Amplify package sends it to the server, I just have another API called get session results. I'm passing the session ID. It sends that to AWS. It gets the detail, and you get the entire response as a JSON response. So it's just hardly 2 functions that you have with an SDK that AWS provided, which does the magic on the backend side. On the front end, if you look at it from the logic perspective, so there's a couple of packages that are there, which is this AWS Amplify package. I'm just using this package, which comes as part of the AWS offering. And it's just a React package. You have support for Angular, React, Flutter. I don't think we have for Flutter, but iOS and Swift and Android. Java, you actually have packages for that. Kotlin packages are also available. You can refer to the documentation in the link that I share after this. But in terms of once you have this packages, if you look at it from a code logic perspective, there's not much complexity here. I just have this liveness detector component that I've added. And this component basically has a very simple logic. It just gets the session, it initializes the SDK, and it just waits for handle analysis completed. This is the event that fires when we complete the analysis, and it makes the API call to get the result and so on. It's a very straightforward implementation that you see here. If you, let me just go back to the slide deck again. So these are those methods that I was talking about. So if we have to do the same exact replica, and if you have to do this on Azure, so Azure has a similar offering. So if you go to Vision Studio on Azure, you will have these offerings that are there. So there's a liveness detection option here, face detection, and all these things. So these have come up with the same similar SDKs. You can drop in a file, and it can identify if, let's say, I'm just using this sample file. It does the analysis, and it tells you the person, whether they have an object on the face, they have a mask, they don't have a mask, and so on. But the logic is very much straightforward. It does the analysis even for a liveness check or for an offline uploaded image that you upload to Azure. The architecture will be very similar. You have an identity instance where you manage your control, because you don't want to expose this as a public endpoint. You'll have to have a person log in, then that control happens through Azure B2C. Then you have an Azure function, which is similar to your Lambda function, where the core logic happens. It sends it to the document intelligence API. For document processing, Azure has a separate service called Document Intelligence, where you upload your document. It does the extraction and then does the comparison between these two. and the storage is just the place where you host it. I have a sample code for that as well. You can look at it. From a comparison perspective, in terms of what both these solutions offer, the SDKs are standard. It can work for a mobile app, for a web app. It does the same exact structure of how the analysis happens. In terms of confidence output, this gives in terms of percentage. Azure gives you in terms of 0 to 1 ratio. And the pricing is very minimal, because for one document, if you have to employ someone to manually do it, rather than having that activity, if you want to do it through an AI, per document, it's just 10 cents per session, and here it's 0.8 cents. So it's really a very good, effective solution from a cost perspective. And in terms of the actual ROI that we found is that whatever used to take 3 to 5 days, we were able to do that in 30 seconds. The customer retention was more, because we found out that people who want to do a digital banking, they sign up and eventually they drop out because of these onboarding challenges. Because without the verification, you would not allow a person to do a banking, right? So that's where it is. And the cost of having someone manually review versus doing through an API solution or an AI solution really made the difference there. These are some statistics just to show how it actually worked. So some of the key learnings that was really surprising when we tried this is that we know that Azure, they make a lot of noise. Microsoft community makes a lot of noise and they publicize a lot of work, but we were not sure about the accuracy on AWS. But since our customer was predominantly on AWS and we were just exploring it, and it was really surprising to see how easy it is to actually implement it and get it done with in order to see the revenue, in order to see the benefits that we have. Some of the things that we want to be very cautious about is, even though AI gives you better results, you need to have a manual review process, maybe an audit for the number of cases that AI has reviewed, manually have a QA process, take some samples, verify if it has really done it. And also if there are cases where the confidence score is low, route it through a manual process so that you don't lose the customer retention there. Yeah. In terms of how you want to start this, if you have to do this, is like I showed, you have a couple of packages that you have to use in your project, and pretty much it's configuration work depending on how your application architecture is. You push the logic of creating the session on the back end. You handle capturing the frames for 30 seconds on the front end using any of the SDKs that it offers. And then the rest is just simple steps with few lines of code that does that. Be mindful of GDPR compliance and other compliance laws that apply to for your customers when you try to use this. In terms of key takeaways, these are the key points that I wanted to share in case people are interested in different use cases that you work with where you can apply this. And that's about it. Again, this was just to give you a different flavor of what AI does rather than looking at it from a generative sense. And if you have any questions that you want to talk about in your use cases, I'll be happy to answer those. I have my LinkedIn QR here. If you want to connect offline and have a conversation, I'll be happy to do that as well. And about the foundation that I was talking about, this is just to create more awareness about it. So raising a mathematician is the foundation. So our mission, like I said, is to identify really talented young school kids who are obsessive about math, who really want to do good. And we have a lot of programs coming up for them. I work as a chapter lead for Chennai there. So there are a lot of free programs that are coming up. This is the Epsilon program that's happening next month. And we have this Ram TP for which is 100% free camp that happens. And this is math.biz, where industry experts from business come and talk about how they apply math in their day-to-day work and how they solve problems, business problems using math. And most of these are free camps that happens, except some which are residential camps where there's a minimal payment that is needed. But if you or you have your connections whose kids are really good at math and they want to venture out, this can be a program that can actually help you. So any questions or comments or feedback or anything that you want to talk about, I'll be happy to take that. Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, we might have thought about this. So phones do have biometric readers. And so what was some compliance difficulties of verifying someone via biometrics in their phone?
Right. So you can't get away with that. Biometric, for example, if it's fingerprint, iris, whatever they do for the financial system, you have to be in person. This was more on basic use cases where, let's say you have an online app where the registration has to be verified. Like I was talking about the different 10 use cases that I showed in the first slide, like driver verification or customer onboarding. After you have onboarded the customer, you want to do a routine KYC and things like that. This might actually really help. For biometric, there's no option there because device is needed to capture fingerprints. And I mean, there are few phone-based apps which does the fingerprint, but it's not reliable because the fingerprint capture that happens on the phone is not as accurate. Even if you try to scan that against the Aadhaar database, it never gives you the result. So we were not able to solve it. For that, the only way is to go to a bank or go in person, have someone in person to do that. But the document-based verification that you want to do, this has been a real success rate there.
And one more use case which I had in mind was like, conducting online interviews.
Yeah. So if you look at these 10 use cases that I was talking about initially, it's online interviews. I think one of the first sessions that we had was someone had a question about how do I verify if it's the real person. So recruitment is one area where you can do it, like remote exam proctoring, recruitment when you want to find out if the candidate who's answering is actually do it. You don't want to have a long session. Maybe you can take it in small pieces, like after every 3 minutes, maybe capture 30 seconds of the frame, try to find out if it's the same person, do some analysis around it, but that's possible. From a cost perspective, every session is just 10 cents. So if you want to combine this with the AI-based interview sessions that we had in the morning, that could even be a product that you can start thinking about. That might actually help.
Thank you.
Yeah, we send that. We get the Aadhaar, we send it to the Aadhaar because since it's an online app, you do an integration with UDI and you trigger the OTP, you get it. Within the app, you do that. For the demonstration purposes, I don't have that integration built in. You're basically verifying if the person who's sitting in front of the KYC process is actually a real person. The person who uploaded the document is the same person who's sitting in front of you. The rest of the verification is through the system. Like you take the phone number, you collect the phone number as part of the onboarding, send it to the Aadhaar, other APIs that you have, the UDAN APIs, and then you trigger an OTP. Or if you want to do a DigiLocker integration, you do the DigiLocker integration and you do that as well.
Sir, how about multiple face detection, like implementing in attendance-based system?
Yeah, just give me 1 minute. He's just finishing his question. Yeah, sorry. Correct.
Hello. Yeah. I would say 50% of the time, the customers who is submitting the documents, it seems to be not right. So we were also thinking about implementing this KYC process so that onboarding process will be much more smoother than what we are facing today. So likewise, how we integrate to the other portal, like I mostly deal with Middle East client. They have Emirates ID, Emirates portal, right? So how quick we can integrate this through AA and complete this entire verification process?
Yeah. So
what is the challenge that you faced during this kind of a verification?
Right. See, there are two pieces to it, right? When we talk about KYC, you want to make sure that the person who's doing the KYC is the genuine person who is intended to be verified. Let's say we are verifying for you. There are cases where we would have seen in India where OTP comes to my father sends the OTP, I manually enter it. We don't want such cases. We want the person sitting in front of the machine to be the valid person. We want them to upload the document and verify that the person who was sitting in the front of the machine is the person who is in the document. And I also want to verify the phone number using Aadhaar verification. So all this combined together, you put into a one solution, that becomes a simple solution for you. So you combine it, you can't use it independently. This solves just only one part of the problem, which is ensuring that the person who's sitting in front of me is the real person and is the person who has given me the identity document. Whether he is the identity document that he uploaded, is that a valid document? That verification only happens using Aadhaar. For that, you need to build the integration. There's no way about it.
Super, thank you.
Sorry, there was a question in the back.
What about multiple face detection for implementing in a class-based attendance system?
Yeah, so this is predominantly liveness detection is to identify that someone is live. For multiple face detection, let's say I take a camera and take a picture of people who are sitting here. We don't have a very good solution which can identify everybody who is available here and mark the attendance. We don't have that yet. I mean, there are few models which are evolving. The challenge is that the objects in between people, when we capture the photo, people turn their heads. We have tried that for a couple of POCs, but it didn't work out. Personally, I've not seen any models which can do it. But if it's an attendance management system where you want to put it in front of the classroom and people walk in, you ask them to stare at something, this actually works. You verify it, the face comparison happens. The age, even if they are aged, let's say someone enrolled for your institute in the 3rd grade, until 10th grade, if they grow up, this gives you a pretty good results there. We have done some proof of concepts and that really has helped. But multi-phase, we don't have a model which does that effectively today based on what I have explored in the past.
Hi, you mentioned about the monitoring the blood vessels of blood movement to see that if it's a real face.
Yeah.
So in cases where you said about the 3D mask, right? 3D mask. How do you identify and overcome those challenges?
So I mean, there are, again, for such use cases, accuracy might vary. That's where you need a manual process also to ensure you do a sampling. But they have done some testing, extensive testing in terms of when we wear a 3D mask, the mask texture would be different than a real human skin. They've done some analysis. There are some papers about it. Maybe I'll share that link also offline.
So, like, related to that, like when it comes to the camera quality, will that matter? Because
it will matter. It will definitely matter. If you have a really bad webcam, definitely the results will be skewed. But if you have, that's one of the mandate. Like you need to have a better camera to capture it.
Or like bad webcam, like normal laptop itself, the KYC is done using laptop.
Correct.
So will that be able to decode this texture? And
Yeah. That it does that. Pretty decent ones do that. But if let's say the camera has a smudged oil surface something on it, then it becomes really problem. But those are guardrails that you put in the process. You have your thresholds. The data that you get back when the actual scan happens, you just look for those identifiers and then ask them to re-upload it, have your exception handling in such a way that you ask them to do it again. Clean it up and do it. Let's say if your accuracy is below 70%, give them instructions to say, check your camera, wipe it, and then take it again, and so on. It's just a user experience that you correct.
Hello, sir. Sir, what about twins, sir?
Sorry?
Twins.
Twins. Yes. I think it would fail, but I've not tested the use case. But logically speaking, if they're identical twins, it might fail. Yeah.
Hey, so I was thinking like, what if someone uses a pre-recorded video and passes it off as a webcam footage?
I actually had a use case to show.
And any other security challenges that you faced while working on this?
Yeah, I mean, from an accuracy perspective, there's no security challenges because it's depending on your use case and how you want to use it. So let's say I'm trying to do a face scan. So the confidence score is 0%. It knows that it's something that you've printed or you're showing a phone, it does all that.
No.
But even if it's a video, if you just take a small YouTube video and try to play it, it'll identify that.
Got it. No, what I mean is like having a pre-recorded video of an actual live person, like you can kind of hack it.
But this
into
you're
the
expecting
webcam
them to
stream, right?
present it in front of the application, right?
Okay.
So anyway, you will have to show it like what I was doing. Like you will have to show it or some means you'll have to play it. But it identifies that based on the texture analysis and all that. so that it does that.
One thing off topic, what was the presentation thing that you're using?
Reveal JS.
Sorry?
Reveal JS.
Reveal.
Reveal JS is
Okay.
it. You just have an NPM package, use Claude, give it instructions, it creates the emojis and everything.
It's very clean, nice presentation.
Just
Thank
takes, you. Yeah, open source. Reveal.js. Yeah. Yeah, sure. But you'll have to show it in front of the actual app that is expecting the video, right? It can be a mobile app also. So let's say you have a video playing in your mobile.
I mean to say, like in hardware level, I can just encode and send the another remote source video to the browser, right?
But that's about hacking the data that goes from your app to the server, right?
So like assume you are the system and I'm going to be verified. I am not in the Chennai, I'm in somewhere else. And I'm someone person is just representing here and doing it, and I'm just giving the feed from some other place.
You can't know because you're in front of the app. The app is actually going to ask you to be in front, upload the document,
so
and doing it all
video feed will
that.
be taken from my laptop only.
Correct.
So I can
It's
hack
not
the-
taking from the laptop. It's basically using your
Yeah,
camera.
So camera only, so I can just bypass that and give any remote video feed to be taken as.
Yeah, even if it's any video feed that you give, it has capability to identify if it's a real person or not. We can spoof. You can just. I'll share the link. You can test it out, and even in AWS, play a video and try to show that it identifies that difference. And it.
So do you use any like Intel has some trust verifications out there to see hardware wise where this?
There's no hardware interception in between right now because it's basically your camera feed versus what the Amplify package is capturing. So there's not much intervention there because the package captures those 30 frames within that 6 seconds that you show yourself. And it is also doing the different color schemes just to identify the shades against those color schemes. So when that happens over a video, it will not identify that as a real person. The reason why you see the cyan and magenta, different color shades, it does it. It's one of the ways by which they look at the actual person and do a texture analysis for that. So that actually will capture if it's a different video. Sure. All right. I'll be happy to answer any questions offline if you guys have it. Yeah. Sure. Finish it.
Hello. This is about the comparison of the document and the picture you are taking. As you told, it will be 10 years growth you can manage.
Yeah.
If anyone is using 20 years old picture like PAN card, or I know some people still using the ration card as an approval.
Yeah.
Anything it will.
So if you look at my Aadhaar, I have a lot of hair.
Yeah,
Now
Aadhaar
I
is
don't
10
have
years
that.
old, right? Aadhaar is 10 years old.
Yeah. No, but it does good. It does a good job. But you'll have to have manual guardrails in your process. If the confidence, you need to have better threshold. If your threshold is certain percentage, then route it through a manual process or ask them to upload a different document. Upload 2 documents, compare between 2 documents. That you can build it within the workflow. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. So any questions to him, please, we can connect during the refreshment time or the networking post the event. So the last tech talk of the day, this is not the last thing, this is the last tech talk. I mean, we have a workshop, one more, so please don't leave. So the last tech talk of this event. So we have Oliver. So we had given brief intros about him in the previous event. So Oliver, the stage is yours.
Okay, then good afternoon, everyone. I guess it has been a long day already. I hope you're all enjoying what you have heard so far. I guess we're all here. So we're all here to learn and share experiences. So first of all, let me thank everyone that's actually contributing to this event, because without the speakers and everyone, it actually wouldn't be possible. So, okay, yeah. So what I actually would like to talk about is a little bit how the role of software engineers will change in the future. So what is actually the future of software engineering? And what I'm talking about is I really believe that software engineers will become creators. Yeah, so the role will fundamentally change of what you're all doing today, because that is writing code. Yeah, and I think this whole movement or this whole change was introduced by generative AI and the fantastic coding capabilities that these models have. And I guess you probably now all heard the term vibe coding. That was like basically invented recently. So what we're going to look at today is about all the hype around vibe coding. Then basically, yeah, look a little bit at what is actually the reality in vibe coding, and what can we actually learn from this. So how is the world of software engineering going to change? And then I'm actually going to show you how you can use Claude Code to really change your workflow to dramatically improve your output and your velocity. Just need to try and move this here away. So, and then in the end, I guess we all need to have a new mindset, because we will be creators, not just software engineers. But let's actually get started with, where is this word vibe coding actually coming from? Who knows? Yeah, it actually came from a tweet in February 2025. And that was basically Andrew Carpathy, one of the OpenAI founders. And he basically said, look guys, I'm actually now believing that in the future I just follow the vibe, yeah, and AI will going to do all the coding for me. And that basically, if you look at the tweet, 4.5 million views, yeah, and it actually, vibe coding became the word of the year. And that's kind of interesting. What most people actually didn't see is he was actually not talking about building software as a service projects. He was more talking about weekend projects, yeah, where he's actually doing coding over the weekend, and where you might actually create code that you afterwards can just throw away. But that actually really started a movement. And believe it or not, I now actually have a vibe coder at home. My wife, she's a medical doctor, and she actually started to use Claude to build applications. And the kind of applications she needs is more sophisticated calculators to, for instance, calculate nutritions. And she just used Claude and she did it. Yeah, and she showed it to me, and I was super impressed what she had created. It was like unimaginable to me how she did it. And she said, yeah, I actually just asked it to do it. It was just very tedious because I had to repeat myself. It was constantly forgetting the instructions, but in the end, it somehow worked. So she got to a certain point, and at that point, she came to me and said, oh, I'm not getting any further. It's just not working. So actually had to help her to explain how Claude and the LLMs actually work, yeah, and that she couldn't indefinitely just be in one chat and achieve the result. And that was kind of interesting. Yeah, so vibe coding is everything that where people just think I'm now a software engineer. Yeah, and if you look at what's on the internet, yeah, like here, Y Incubator, one of the big startup investors in the US, says that 25% basically of their winter 25 class, 95% of the code base is generated. Yeah, or we actually have here Replit. 75% of the users never write a single line of code. Yeah. And then the CEO of NVIDIA says, everyone's a coder now. And that actually sounds all very impressive. But as always, there's also a downside. Yeah, so there's this guy that actually commuted on the train in the morning, not a coder, just had the idea. Oh, and he says, oh, guys, I actually just used Cursor. I actually built this awesome software as a service. That was day 1. Yeah, day 3. Yeah, oh, guys, I'm under attack. Yeah, there's all kind of vulnerabilities. Yeah, I don't know what to do, and I'm not technical. Yeah, day 5, I'm shutting down the app. I'm done. Yeah, so that's like an extreme example. But there's also one of the investors. Yeah, here. Yeah, he actually built like a database, and then in the end, basically Claude or the AI deleted the entire database. Yeah, and these are some extreme examples. Yeah, or Lovable. Yeah, highly basically rated vibe coding platform, and then lots of basically problems in security of the code. Lots of vulnerabilities. So there's obviously 2 sides to look at. On the one hand side, AI can generate code. On the other side, I think it also can create a big mess. Yeah, and there's also some hard data on this, but I guess at the end of the day, there's a lot of truth that AI can help us quite a bit to actually improve our workflows and to actually use it in a way, but in a controlled way. And I think that is all what is important. And what we learn from this is basically, yeah, well, all these failures we are looking at, that's actually not AI failures, it's actually engineering failures. Because we didn't use proper engineering practices and principles in the first place. That's why it failed. Yeah, and I think it's relatively easy to understand. Like my wife, she just basically puts in the prompt. Yeah, she accepts all suggestions because she has no idea what else to say. Yeah, and then it magically works. Yeah, or it magically not works. And when it's not working, she's completely stuck. Yeah, and doesn't know how to recover. Yeah, if Claude cannot recover from it, then you're pretty much lost. But is that actually how things should work? No, we actually need to understand what's going on. We need to have a proper workflow. Yeah, we need to understand software architecture overall. Yeah, we need to be able to take a business problem and then translate it down and break it down into smaller pieces, and then we implement it, because that's what software engineering and architecture is all about. Yeah, we are basically, as engineers, we are translating a business problem into a working solution by breaking it down into small pieces, and these small pieces then get implemented. And there's actually no reason why suddenly that workflow should no longer be applicable. Yeah, we just need to see how do we actually merge these 2 different approaches so they're going to work in the end. And I think a good example is on how Anthropic actually builds. Yeah, so they recently released this new co-work product, and that was built in 1.5 weeks. Yeah, maybe a little bit exaggerated, but let's say it was built relatively quickly. And you actually build a product that is now used by hundreds of thousands of users. And that obviously means it needs to be robust. And this was not just wipe coded. Yeah, it actually was built with rigorous engineering discipline, but also using AI engineering, basically software engineering discipline, not just wipe coding. Yeah, wipe coding is just let it do whatever it wants, we go by the flow, yeah, and that is the result you get. Yeah, as we heard earlier, basically if you prompt the LLM twice, you get 2 different responses. Yeah, so it's non-deterministic. So now we need to think again, how do we apply deterministic principles? So we provide a scaffolding for the AI, so it's not going rogue. I guess that is the whole idea. And there, Claude Code, yeah, you can also use Cursor, but I really would recommend you look at Claude Code, can really help you. And how that is working, we can actually look at that. So first of all, what is Claude Code? So first of all, it's a command line interface that you can actually install on your PC, on your Mac, yeah, and it's actually going to handle the entire flow for you. And it provides you lots of basically ways how to influence what's going to happen, because that is necessary. You need to be in control. At the moment you are not in control, it just basically you will generate random stuff. And that's where I actually say that Claude Code is very, very strong. Yeah, and if you actually see what the internal people at Anthropic say is, their workflow really evolved. Yeah, they now basically initially they just use Claude as a sidebar, basically just as a chatbot. Yeah, now Claude is basically their primary interface. So the Claude Code is their primary interface on working. Yeah, and to get started, it's actually pretty simple because Claude Code is available on the web, just in the browser. Nothing needs to be installed. Yeah, and I'm not sure if you have tried that, so I'm just going to show it to you. It's actually fairly simple. Yeah, what you basically do is you just go into Claude, and in Claude you then basically can choose, here is the code. You actually click on Claude Code. It actually is opening that, it's just a browser. Then you can actually connect to your GitHub, which I did here. So it's actually the autonomy repository I have selected here. This is basically the front end, and off I can go. Yeah. So, and step one is, yeah, when you're new to a code base, you first obviously want to explore what's going on. Yeah. So I just asked it, can you please do a thorough, basically, analysis of the code base and explain it to me, because it's actually taking quite some time. Let's actually look at the result. Yeah. So it actually now goes and it actually looks like a human at the different files we have and actually gives me a complete overview on the architecture of how my front-end application is working. And that is like really helpful. And you always need to think about an AI like being someone you meet completely new randomly here today. Yeah, we could actually say you are a software engineer. Yeah, so I actually invite you to join our team, look at the code base, and I ask you to implement a feature. And I don't give you any more context. How likely is it you will succeed? Yeah, so let's actually give you a microphone. So let's try to make it work. Ah, okay, yeah.
Check.
Yeah.
So previously when AI was not there, what we used to do is like we spend first week fully reading all the code bases, how it works, and what is the solution that recently the company has proposed, how is it happening inside. So that is how we done. But right now we can also ask this inside AI itself.
Yeah. So, but you need to still try the same approach. Yeah, I actually just go in here and I say, look, please explain me the code base. Yeah, and if you're in the CLI, then you just say basically /init, and then it just basically goes off and reads everything, and it actually comes up with an understanding on what is going on. Because before you do any change, you first need to understand what is actually happening. Yeah, and I guess here it actually also did that, and beside being able to do it in the browser, then that is basically just step one. The more sophisticated way is you actually install it on your machine, and it's actually super simple. If you're on Mac, just open terminal, one line, enter, works. Yeah, you actually then start it, it actually asks for your Claude account, you authenticate, done. Yeah, next step is connect with GitHub, yeah, check out your code, off you go. Yeah, so it's really completely simple. Yeah, so if I basically go in my terminal, yeah, then I now basically all on the bottom here, I just basically say front end and Claude. Let's actually do that. And what it's going to do, it's basically switching to the front end directory, and it's now launching Claude Code. That's it. Yeah, it's like super simple. Yeah, and now I can actually start working with it. I can say /, and then it's okay. What do I want to do? Yeah. Usually first you will start with init, because init is basically the process to go through the entire code base and then basically understand what is happening. And the good thing is it's actually keeping a memory of what is happening. So what it's doing, it's actually creating this claude.md file. And the Claude.md file is exactly what I can show you here. If I go on view, yeah, so we basically see it actually built like an overview where it memorized what it learned, while it was exploring the code base. Yeah, and this should be your starting point. Yeah, you can then basically give it additional instructions. It's basically the standard operating procedure on how this particular piece of code basically should be worked on. And that is like super powerful because now we suddenly have a scaffolding. Yeah, we actually gave it instructions and details on what's actually happening, and it's memorizing that. Yeah, and while it works, in the end, you always can ask it to update basically the Claude.md file. So if it actually found something important new that it wants to memorize for later. Yeah, and at the end of the day, you're just going to basically work with this interface. Yeah, if you want to plan, you actually go into plan mode. You discuss the feature with Claude until you're happy, and off it goes. Yeah, and at the end, yeah, it will be somewhat boring because it will start working, and working takes quite some time. So there, I can then encourage you. You actually start multiple sessions in parallel. Yeah, you actually work on 5 different topics at the same time, and that all works surprisingly well. Yeah, and I haven't been coding for quite some years, and I think Vignesh is actually happy that I don't. Yeah, but now with Claude Code, it's actually not a problem because it's more me understanding how should the architecture be. Yeah, how do I break down the problem into smaller, understandable units? Yeah, and then I actually can have Claude Code just work on it for me. And I think that is like then the new workflow where it's more about describing what you need, yeah, rather than actually trying to write the code. That is like the big paradigm shift. Yeah, you also can run Claude Code in different modes. Yeah, normal mode, it actually asks for permission before it's doing anything because it's actually running all kind of terminal commands, so can be scary. Yeah, so initially you do normal mode, but you can also tell it what it's allowed to do automatically, yeah, in the Claude.md file, and then you switch to auto accept mode and just let it do its thing until it's actually done. Yeah, and so the new workflow you're actually now following is, yeah, you actually start with explore, yeah, where you say, okay, that's basically in plan mode. You say, explain how authentication works in this code base. Yeah, that's basically where we explore it. That's the init part. Then we go into interview me about this feature, then write a spec. Yeah, that's basically then the next step where we get into planning. Yeah, and then we actually start a new session. We actually start, we let it code, and then we review it, and then we go to commit. So there's like a kind of ways how you control Claude Code, yeah, because at the end of the day, it actually needs lots of guidance. So we actually have seen this Claude.md file that is actually really, really relevant. But you also can further customize your workflow. So you have like this settings JSON where you can basically define webhooks that should run after a certain action is taken, yeah, which is like really powerful. Then you can define workflow templates, yeah, or you can actually go into branching out into sub-agents, yeah, so that it actually can work even more in parallel. And what you should do is really simple, like I did, just go into the web-based interface, start getting familiarized with it. Yeah, once you are beyond that point, install CLI, then with CLI, get into experimenting. Yeah, actually, we'll give you the presentation afterwards. Yeah, you can then just copy paste. How do I install it? Yeah, so this all works. I actually tried this myself, so it works. Yeah, and the most important element at the end of the day will be this Claude.md file. And best practice is it actually shouldn't be more than 150 to 200 lines. So why shouldn't you have, let's say, endless MD files? It's just because you actually want that the LLM follows the instructions. And instruction following actually is best in the beginning or at the end of a conversation, because you have this, let's say, degradation in the middle. Yeah. So the longer the context window, Yeah, statistically, the more relevant is what actually happened in the beginning and what's now happening in the end, and not so much statistically from the middle part. That's why it's important to actually keep these instruction files somehow clean and short, so you're actually sure it's actually following the instructions. Yeah, and then you actually see what you should put in here, yeah, like the project overview, key directories, common commands, coding conventions, and so on. Yeah, it's like exactly what you have when you have an engineering manual, yeah, and you have a new joinee coming to your engineering team. What do? You brief them on how you actually work. What is our standard operating procedure? This ClodeMD file is the standard operating procedure for the AI, so it knows that how you want it to work. Yeah, because you are the one providing the guidance. Then I just put in a slide for like a central command overview. So it's like a sheet you can actually look into. We don't need to go into the details today, but you can use it as a reference for follow-up. Then if AI writes code, the most important element is that we have a verification mechanism. Yeah, so how do we actually know that what's generated is what we asked for? We don't. But we can basically use this verification, yeah, that we talked earlier about in the panel discussion. Verification means I have a system that ensures that I get exactly what I wanted or what I asked for. That's why test-driven design is basically super important, because what I'm saying is write the test first, because the test validates that whatever is built meets your specification. Yeah? And this way you can just let the AI run and it will never go rogue, because the test is basically what defines the behavior that you expect. So you actually write the tests first, then you let it run once and they all will fail, obviously, because we haven't implemented any code. Yeah? Then you actually generate the code, well, then you commit the tests, then you let it implement, and then you basically go into the verification with the tests. Every time it fails, the loop starts again. Yeah? Remember when we earlier talked about this deductor architecture, yeah, that they now have to win the gold medal in math? That's following the same principle. We first have the test ensures we get what we want, yeah, and then everything can go in a loop until the tests are satisfied. Yeah, so the tests become your most important asset, because that is basically where you validate that your specification is met. Yeah? So that's basically a revival of test-driven design, because it now in this context makes perfect sense to actually have it this way. Because then you can be rest assured, let it code, yeah, and whatever the result is, it meets your specification, then you're actually done. And I think that is the easiest way to work with AI, yeah, to basically following this same deductor architecture, except that in deductor you have someone that actually takes an input statement and breaks it down. Here it's your task to basically do this, and you basically put your tests first. Yeah, and then if you basically see how a session in action works, yeah, you start initially. Yeah, that's how I started basically the whole Claude thing. Explore, plan, execute, verify, commit, repeat. What you can do is you can actually, in these statements here, you can actually tell it how hard it should work on a problem, especially in plan. You can say think hard, but you can also think harder, or you can ultra think. Whoever came up with that wording, but that's basically how you control how many tokens you spend on working on a problem. And you obviously should be cautious about token consumptions, because that equals cost. Yeah? So you of course will not use ultra think the whole time, but rather try to adjust this based on the complexity of the problem that you want Claude to work on. Yeah, then we had there's lots of customizations you can do. For instance, after certain commands run, yeah, in the terminal, you can actually have hooks to fully automate your workflow. But I guess you can then experiment and later you can look into sub-agents, because then it gets somewhat complex. And what you need to be aware of, and that's a number from Anthropic, initially it will be hard because the learning curve is kind of steep. Yeah, so initially you might actually only have a 33% success rate because you need to start learning a new skill, a new workflow. Yeah, but don't get frustrated. Yeah, if you're actually following best practices, this number easily will go up. Yeah, and at the end of the day, you should just be the one orchestrating the Claude agents and not the one writing the code. Of course, you should always do code reviews. Yeah, actually look at what was created. Yeah, because at the end you need to say, oh, this makes sense. Oh, this might be insecure. Yeah, because it might actually did something that's unsafe or you wouldn't do. But all of this, yeah, you can basically then also again, if there's a learning, oh, Claude is always doing this, I don't want it to do, you add it to the Claude.md file and it will stop doing this. Yeah, this is basically then the new workflow where you actually are more the translator of a problem, yeah, and then Claude is the actual executor. And I think whenever you work with AI, it's super important to familiarize yourself with what is actually the underlying concepts, yeah, like token prediction. Try to understand, yeah, how LLMs actually work. It's a non-deterministic system. Yeah, and I guess we had this already plenty of times today. That is like a common pattern. So you actually need to understand how does the system work, yeah, to basically, yeah, get a feeling for what it can or can't do. But if you look at the scaffolding of Claude Code, then it's basically trying to put a harness around a non-deterministic system. So basically putting the deterministic elements around it, yeah, through test-driven design, ensure, yeah, that it's actually not going rogue or work outside of your scaffolding. And I guess that is important. Context windows matter. Yeah, if you have infinite conversation length, your results will just degrade. So it's like super important that you often look into when should I start a new session? When should I throw away the context window? Yeah, because if you basically have many different turns in your conversation with the AI, it eventually loses track of what you actually wanted, what's really important. Yeah, that happened to my wife, yeah, when she was basically building this calculator. So I actually told her, yeah, just take the latest artifact, copy that, do a new chat, paste it in, start fresh. And it immediately dramatically improved the results. Yeah, and in the end, she was able to actually build this calculator, and it just worked, which to my is still surprising. Yeah, but it's actually really, really cool. Yeah, and that I think is important. There's also obviously training data bias. Yeah, so if there is, I don't know, in the training base, unsafe behavior, yeah, on how to write code, it also will show itself when the code is generated. So let's actually look at what's your new skill stack. Yeah, and I guess that's going to be important. So you define the success criteria. That's basically the test first approach. You define this is what the expected outcome should be. You are the ones reviewing all diffs. Yeah, even if Claude created them, you are the ones reviewing them. Yeah, you actually structure the context via the Claude MD file. You always follow this plan, execute, verify. Yeah, and you have this verification loop where in the end your tests run and you see it didn't work, so Claude automatically gets back to the drawing board and tries it again. Yeah, and I think if you follow that, then there will be a bright future, because yeah, in your old model you were the ones writing the code, yeah, the computer executed your code and you were responsible for bugs and mistakes, and now you will be the one that's just going to define the intent, constraints, verification. Yeah, you engineer the context for the AI, and at the end you evaluate guide, and curate. Yeah, so you become from just being a code creator, yeah, to becoming actually the creator of the solution. Yeah, and if you follow this concept, then what you do is you basically greatly have the opportunity, yeah, to work on more important problems. Okay, more important problems than just writing code. And that's the last 10 minutes. So here's also a statement from Andrew. I don't know how to pronounce it properly, Ning or something. Yeah, but he's basically also one of the. He previously worked at Google Brain and Coursera, and he actually says, well, in reality, yeah, coding with AI is deeply intellectual exercise. Yeah, because you work with like junior engineers, and you always need to make sure they're not doing something stupid. Yeah, that's why you actually focus so much on tests and giving them guidance. Yeah, and that, I guess, is then the future. Yeah, it's actually not meaning that all your work will be taken away. I think the work is just dramatically changing from writing code to basically orchestrating the system. And I think that's also something great, because it takes away all the tedious tasks that no one really likes to do. And from that, I would say, key takeaways, I think I already summarized it, but I would say vibe coding is not what we do. Yeah, we actually are software engineers, so we actually follow proper engineering practice. And if we do that, then the results with AI will be absolutely amazing. Yeah, I will actually put this, or we share this presentation afterwards, because it has all these references that you can just use. Yeah, and I would say, yeah, the difference is between vibe coding and engineering is between hoping the plan lands and knowing how to fly. With that said, thank you. And we have a few minutes for questions.
Hi.
Hi.
Thanks for this wonderful presentation. So I am somebody who trains people how to write program, right?
Yeah.
So I can genuinely see there is a landslide shift happening in software engineering.
And but I think you have a great question. So I think people still need lots of training, because you are not naturally born to know how to architect software. You don't. That's why it's super important that we basically still have, let's say, all the graduates come from university and we actually teach them. But we don't give them the AI tool day one, because we want them to learn something. You need to understand the fundamental principles, because otherwise you can not debug anything and you cannot really do architecture. So it's super important, even in the days of AI, that I still know how to code. Yeah, so actually this education part is not going away. This here is more, I would say, for you're already a senior level engineer, and now this is your new workflow. When you come as a graduate, you still have a steep learning curve to understand how the whole technology works, but there you use AI more as your teacher.
So which means I should be, I should not feel bad if I am blocking AI for coding for students.
No. Your job is going to be even as important as previously. Yeah, just I guess we need to explain more to the students, how they can use AI to basically educate themselves. Because only if you understand what's going on, you will be able to handle such a complex system as Claude Code and achieve anything, let's say, in 2 weeks. Otherwise, you're just vibe coding, and if you're vibe coding, you're going to run into all these problems. So we still need properly educated engineers and architects.
Thank you for that. So how can someone so there is this motivation factor, right? So if I'm doing an exercise that's given in college, it's very easy for me to just copy paste that exercise on any of this and then get code, and my learning is actually flattened. It's not someone that does intentionally, but it's a natural human tendency to do that. So how you would motivate someone to not do that?
Yeah, so I think that needs some intrinsic motivation. Yeah, and I guess people need to understand why they are learning something. Yeah, and why it might be a tedious process, because it helps you in the future. Yeah, if you take shortcuts everywhere, I guess you will actually not get to the level, yeah, where you then also will use, or where you can really make best use of the AI. Yeah, and I think people are obviously lazy. Yeah, I'm also lazy. Yeah, so it's always easier to just basically, yeah, just go to Claude and ask it to do it. But at the end, if I don't really understand what it's saying, and it might be even wrong, because I didn't provide the correct context, so it just told me something that's not really relevant, then I also don't want this. Yeah, so I think people will learn, yeah, how to use AI in a way that actually also helps them. Yeah, and if I just use it as a cheap trick to do my homework, yeah, then I will naturally learn along the way that I didn't learn anything, and that's actually. But it's a tricky situation. But it's pretty much the same when before we had calculators. Yeah, then people had to do the math in their head. Yes, then suddenly calculators emerged. People were using calculators. Yeah, I guess we just need to adjust on how these new tools should be used. Thank you. Any more question? Anyone?
Hi, sir.
Yeah.
Actually, we are the current generation students who are into AI more than the books and the subjects. So 3 years before, while I was starting to code, there was a time when we overuse the flow than any other things or tools, of course. So for referring any code or for errors, everything. And now, even me and my friends, everyone are referring to ChatGPT or any AI instead of going to Stack Overflow. And so I have a doubt. Of course, the both does the same, but in Stack Overflow we have to refer for a long time, and we will be learning much. But since AI is doing everything for me, is it good for me as a learner, as a start, as an intern, to look for the solutions in Stack Overflow or search it, or is it okay to get it from an AI or an LLM?
No, it's actually perfectly fine to use LLM for educational purposes. Yeah, but let's say you actually want to be, let's say, a skilled craftsman. You actually have to do the work, yeah, and then your skills increase. Yeah, so you actually should always make a trade-off between, oh, I want to learn and understand, rather than I just want to produce a certain outcome. Yeah, and if you look into the midterm future, I guess you have, let's say, 40 more years than in IT to go. I would rather invest today into getting the fundamentals right, because that will always be necessary, regardless what AI is going to do in the future. Yeah, and I guess you should be the ones that actually can then, together with AI, yeah, actually produce a great result. But to do that, at least as of today, you still need to have the fundamentals. Yeah, otherwise, Claude Code or whatever tool is just going to be very creative and creates any kind of impartial bullshit. Yeah, and then you are there and you don't know how to fix it. Yeah, and what do you do then? Then you are actually like the guy on the second slide where it said, oh, I have the software service system built. Oh, no, I'm hacked. Yeah, and then day 5, oh, I shut it down. Yeah, you don't want to become that guy. Yeah, last 2 questions, please.
Hi, Oliver. Your session was really good for me. And
Thanks.
my question is, let's categorize the developers into 2 categories. One as junior developers and other as senior developers. So what I feel was the AI tools were very much helpful for senior developers. But in terms of junior developers who are evolving right now, currently, who are in their learning stage, if they are using AI tools excessively, what do you think that some consequences they would face in the future, and what can we avoid, and how to use it, healthily, in a healthy manner?
So I would keep it very simple. If you just use AI, yeah, you will just be stupid in the future. Yeah, because you didn't learn anything. Yeah, and because you had someone else do the work for you. Yeah, so I guess people need to understand that learning, yeah, is not painful. It's actually helping you in your career to grow. Yeah, and I guess yeah, just always taking the easy way doesn't work. Yeah, it's like in sports. If I don't train, how do I become a champion? You won't. Yeah, without training, you will get nowhere. And basically, coming from university, you have the fundamentals, but you still need to train, yeah, to actually eventually become that champion. Yeah, I don't think anyone is a cricket superstar from day one. It's training, 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 yeah, and not watching, watching, watching. Yeah, if I just watch cricket games, I don't become a superstar. Yeah, I have to try, train, play, then I become a superstar. Yeah, and if you basically just use AI, you are just like the spectator watching someone else do it. Yeah, and I guess that shouldn't be the ambition.
Exactly, and that is what I tell my juniors as well.
Yeah.
Because I'm working as a front-end lead right now.
Yeah.
So the way the juniors code is like, it is a very tedious process to review that code instead of writing that.
Yeah.
Code. So I think all juniors can have a helpful session.
Yeah, but writing the code is also fun. And I guess the moment that you don't like to write code, don't become a software engineer. Yeah, just don't, because that will not work. I guess everyone that actually has a profession should actually, yeah, be proud of doing it and should enjoy doing it. Yeah. And then later in your life, yeah, do I now write code? No, because people would say, nah, we don't want this code. Yeah. Because then, because I'm basically not trained anymore as much as I used to be 20 years back. Yeah. But now I have more management tasks, so my coding skills degenerated. But can I use Claude Code? Yes, because I understand the fundamentals. Yeah. So.
Exactly. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. So
Okay, if you have no more questions, then thank you very much.
they have plenty of questions, but I requested them to have it during the networking time, Oliver.
Okay.
Yeah. So thank you so much, Oliver. So last segment of today's session is the workshop. So before that, we'll have a short refreshment break. Probably we'll return after 10 minutes. By 4:10, we'll gather back to start our workshop. So please be mindful of time so that we can have some sufficient estimated time for the workshop. So we have our refreshments in the pantry.